Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario, as we tee up night 4 of our harness racing action. We've got 10 dashes tonight on a fast track. Sun keeps peeking out through those clouds here right now, and it's much warmer today. 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. Certainly feels like a nice spring day. We do have a west wind at 20 kilometers an hour, so that'll be in their face when they turn for home. They ride that breeze in the backstretch. But all in all, things have dried up. We've got a pretty good looking night ahead here. As I, Chad Roseman, welcome everybody inside the announcer's booth, back to call the action as we put the finishing touches on our 4-day stretch, and we get a little bit of downtime and back at it on Friday. And you know what? I don't mind that we've got the downtime over the next couple of days because Mother Nature looks like she's going to be bringing quite a bit of rain to the area over the next couple of days. So hopefully tonight everything stays dry. I think it's supposed to be later on anyway, and we'll be good to go. In studio tonight, Randy Waples and Jeff Brad, who's like a kid in a candy store, as he knows he's going back to the T-Breads here in just a few days. Excited for their meet to get underway on Saturday as well. So they've got plenty to discuss about yesterday and looking ahead to tonight's 10-race program where we've got 6 trot races followed by 4 pacing dashes. Let's get you caught up with the program changes. Race number 1 kicks off the early pick 5. $75,000 guaranteed in that pool. Number 4, PL Sapphire, is going to remove the Murphy blind on the left. Inside Murphy removed on the 4. Whereas number 9, Royal Flush Deo, removes the Murphy blind on the right. The outside Murphy blind removed on 9, Royal Flush Deo. Race 2, there's no changes. Early pick 4 underway in race 3. No changes there. We start the pick 6 in the 4th. All clear. Race 5, couple of scratches. Take out number 4. Raise Credit, scratch Vet Sick. The 4 Raise Credit, scratch Sick. The 10, Outlaw Gran Torino, is a Judge's Transportation scratch. Scratch the 10, Outlaw Gran Torino, out of race number 5. 6th race, starting the late pick 5. Number 3, Flanagan Sunshine, scratch due to sickness. Take out the 3, Flanagan Sunshine. The 4, Roxy Heart, blinkers to open. Remove the blinkers on 4, Roxy Heart. Number 5, Richie Rich, steel to flip-flops up front, steel to flops up front on the 5. And number 6, Wild Turkey Hanover, side rolls to a blind bridle, side rolls to a blind on the 6, Wild Turkey Hanover. Late pick 4 in race 7, starts with no changes in the opening leg. Race 8, number 6, Green Money Queen, scratched Vet Sick. Take out the 6, Green Money Queen, scratch Sick out of race 8. 9th race, no changes. And the 10th and final, Jackpot High 5 available to play there. Carryovers at more than $53,000 coming into tonight. Just a note on the 2 Cool Cute Cookie. Lines are up to date. No missing chart lines on the 2 Cool Cute Cookie. That's what we've got for early changes on this Monday 10-pack. Good luck with all your wagers, everybody. Enjoy the sunshine. 42 away from the Monday night openers. We head downstairs. It's the Monday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Randy and Jeff. Enjoy.
Cambella's still the best, 19 in a row. Cambella.
Down over the wire. Harmony Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sunbeach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, off Anthony Singh.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. PCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Live from Woodbine Mohawk Park, it is Monday night harness action, and Woodbine Mohawk Park has been very, very busy over the last 4 days or so because not only have we had the races that we usually bring you, but the qualifiers have been extremely busy as well. We've tossed in now 2 days of qualifiers, and that's a good sign because that means some of the big names that we saw last season are going to be back in actually the not too distant future. We'll get more on that coming up a little bit later on with our qualifying reports. But certainly looking forward to the program tonight. A lot of trot races as per usual on a Monday. Basically an even split between the Trotters and the Pacers. In terms of the weather, as Chad mentioned, the forecast, it's going to be warm, but a lot of rain coming up over the next several days. So they do say that April showers bring May flowers. Watching the Masters yesterday, it seems like their flowers were in fantastic shape. And how about our good friend that was able to pull off a victory yet again? Mr. McElroy does it yet again. So congratulations goes out to him. And before you know it, the Hall of Famer, Mr. Randy Waples, will have the golf clubs out. And I'm not talking mini putting. I am talking the real thing, because I heard a rumor, a little birdie told me, that you now have a set of clubs.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Don't want to tell you the whole story on how I got those set of clubs. Not a good thing when you're out there bribing Ontario Racing Commission judges there to get their ex-clubs, you know. But, I haven't played golf like, I used to play a little bit there, but I haven't played golf since about 2006. Started this job. Bought a set last year, never went out. My back was never good enough that I could go out and swing the club, you know what I mean? But I'm going to try to, right now things are good, so I'm going to try to go out and, and play a little bit. I used to really, really enjoy it.
I think that golf is obviously very popular with a wide type of society, but I think in racing, what's nice that I like about it is here's guys that compete on the track, but then they go out the next day and they play golf together, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I didn't, like myself there, I could care less if we kept score.
Just go and enjoy the day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just like being out with the guy and kibitzing and talking, and, once in a while you'll hit a good shot or something like that. I don't really take it too serious.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, this was work, and you had to be competitive. That's fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just 1 second here. Hello? Hey, Doug McNair and James McDonald. Yeah, Randy's available for a money game. Sure. Yep, no problem.
Oh, yes.
They'll take you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One would aggravate you, and the other one would be taking all your money. I think James is quite a golfer.
Yeah?
That's what I've heard, yes.
Interesting.
I've heard that he's quite the golfer there.
The windmill hole, that's his best hole?
Yeah, really. The dog leg. There's an actual dog leg.
Let's take a look back at last night. And it seems like we're having horses get into the milestones ranks over the last couple of nights, as a matter of fact. And here's a classy horse, Ghostly Casper. And I must admit, he kind of creeped up on this line and caught me off guard a little bit. He's a 6-year-old that's now made $1 million.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's been a real success story for them. And big congratulations to Benoit and the connections, but an even bigger congratulations to his groom, Jeff Bergeron. I know how important it is for him when his horses race good, and just race incredibly well there. Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, when Benoit brings these guys to play, look out.
93 career starts and now a millionaire and looking good in the process. Now, in the New Holland Series, it was a small field, and I think what really hurt Hasty Bid was I think James had to go because he was driving the heavy favorite, right?
He had no choice.
But here might have been the more preferred approach.
Yeah. He's a hunter.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, I'd love to own the horse. I'd love to own him so that I could race him in front, and even if he got beat, because he's just a lovely horse. But boy, oh boy, you give him something to hunt. And I'm not kidding. I think that James times the wire on this track just as good as anybody I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen some good ones, but he ranks right there. So you got a hunter and a guy that can time a horse on the end of it that also likes to do some hunting. That's a lethal combination.
So there's a look at it. Hasty Bid was not 3-5, I don't think. Was Hasty Bid?
No.
That's I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
But because you had the horse on top.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he went off. I didn't really notice it. I was just glad that he. I was just glad that he got the job done. But I didn't see him going off as the 3-5 favorite.
I'm gonna double check right now.
Okay.
Now I am curious.
This
Things
is
that make us
power
say
of the brat.
Yeah, power of the computer. He was. It was 70 cents on the dollar. That's what I get for questioning the crew. He was heavily favored.
There you go.
I apologize to the crew.
Well, I apologize.
Yeah, I apologize there. Wow, he got back that heavy. That's because, and then the reason I question that is, and this is the point that I'm going to bring up to you is, there's no kingpin in the trot division. There's a lot of good horses, but there's not a dominating horse right now in that division.
No, for sure. And then Safe Conduct's not in there too, so that helps things.
Logan Park qualified the other day.
Logan Park just qualified.
Yeah.
And then Osceola qualified.
Yeah,
That's going to get a lot tougher. There's no doubt about it. But it doesn't matter who they put in there. James's horse can still hunt.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You can load it up as much as you want. As long as this horse has a helmet to follow and James can keep him kind of close, he's going to make a big dash on the end of it because that's the horse loves that style of racing.
My apology to the crew for doubting them. You know what they're saying right now?
What?
Thank God Brad's going back.
Yeah, T-Breds can't start quick enough.
They're like, just get rid of this guy. Just get rid of
But then again, they're going to get stuck with the guy that didn't know his winner paid 3 to 5.
You thought it was 35 to 1.
What a
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Q School, shall we? And the qualifiers now you're starting to get the big names. And we had a couple of nice names qualifying this morning. And let's get to the qualifier that featured Uncle Shank and Grit and Grace. So Uncle Shank's going to win it. And it's just nice to see him get a flat line because he's been self-destructing ever since being claimed in here. But Grit and Grace is going to finish in second for Stretch Mike Winowski. And I was looking up her record. And Randy, she never really got a break until this wintertime. She raced a lot last season. She raced 36 times last year.
Yeah, she did. Absolutely. Stretch's barn been kind of quiet on the wins, but this is a big powerhouse for him. Sometimes when the powerhouse comes back and they start to win, and the rest of them start winning too. So it's just nice to see her back.
Tricky track, too. They come home last quarter in 27-4. And here's a look at Monalishi for Blake McIntosh. Fantastic competitor. Really can't wait to see this horse back in the entries. And, listen, I think just judged by this, it looks like maybe a bit of a tiring track. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah.
For sure. And the air's going to be thick and that. They don't go through it the same as when it's nice and hot or a nice non-humid kind of a day. But she looks fantastic. She always does kind of qualify back really, really strong in that. And best of luck to Blake McIntosh and his connections with the Monalishi there because she's definitely turned into one of my favorites.
She's approaching $1 million in career earnings too, and had a great campaign last season. She's just been a lovely, lovely horse. Let's look back at the qualifying report. And we're lucky that we get sent the proofs for the qualifiers, and I always like going through it to figure out who's going to be back in action, and then we get to watch them as well. I can't go back and realize how we lived without being able to view qualifiers now. Like back in your day, you came to the qualifiers every day, so you were able to watch them. But for me as a fan, I just a qualifier in the program. That doesn't tell you that much until you get the visuals.
Well, you'd head over. So say you'd go first trip at Greenwood, you'd have to take your horse over, or unless they went right from the barn. But sometimes the trainer or my father was already over at the paddock, so you brought your horse over. They go the trip. And the funny thing is you'd see all the the guys that you knew were a handicapper.
Oh, yeah?
Guys that you knew, and they'd all be coming in because at 5:30 they could all watch the replays.
Oh.
So they'd have to be there at 5:30 at the track to watch the
qualifiers.
replays. It is so... It's a difference of night and day. You know what I mean? The information that's given to a handicapper now as opposed to then. Those guys back then, they were a breed of their own.
Well, what? It's hard to get an edge now.
It is.
Handicapping.
That's it.
Really,
but they
really
could
is.
even find them back then. And
I know.
everybody was closed mouth.
Yeah.
There was no track it. There was no
nothing.
qualifying
Yeah,
report.
yeah.
There was no YouTube. There was none of that. They just had to be there all the time. They had to be there in the morning through the week watching. They had to be there at qualifiers to watch the qualifiers. Like those guys, they were a breed of their own.
Want to see some magic?
Yeah.
I can make some stats appear right in behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Stats and standings time. Time to get out the calculator and try to figure out who is on top right now. And good to see TB making the board. Tyler Borth. I was a little bit worried when Mark came back that maybe he would be one of the guys whose business would be affected a little bit, but no, he's doing A-okay.
Yeah, no, it just seems like they've all, been able to make a little bit of room for Mark in there. Everybody seems to be, pretty well adjusting to it all. And Tyler's young. He's just going to keep getting better and better and stronger, I think. But the big tell on that one, even though James is winning at a 31%, is that earnings, almost $100,000, above Louis and Dougie and Tyler. So James had a big week on the track and a big week in the bank account.
Let's take a look at the trainers, see if we have some familiar faces on this board or not. Kyle's right there in the mix of things. Gary Murner, he's been hot for, I would say, a good month. That barn's been going really... I don't think I've ever seen Gary have the power he's got this year.
And it's nice to see.
Yeah.
This is a guy that's been around for a long time, learned his lessons, did a lot of hard work, and now he's getting an opportunity, and he's running with it. So that's kind of nice. And nice to see Benny back up on the thing. Look at that win percentage, Jeff, 37.5%. I got a feeling a lot of his horses in the next couple weeks are going to be bet down.
Yep, does a good
Barn
job.
gets hot, it gets hot.
Yep. So congratulations to everybody that's had some recent success, and hopefully the success does continue. Now, if you've watched the show on a regular basis, Randy and I, we try to have this consensus pick 5 going. We've had a little bit of difficulty getting out of the first leg recently, but we're going to give it the old college try again here in this one.
I told you what we're going to do the next time if this one doesn't work, right?
All burger in the first race.
Doesn't matter what it is. We're all in the first race.
There could be Johnny Angel in the field, and we'll go all in the first.
Johnny Angel against Maiden Trot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. First of the day, this is a trot with a purse of $22,000, and we got some big names in here. You've got horses that have had some success: Royal Flush Dale, Eurobank Hanover. This Wolfpack Crown is coming off a really good race as well. So you're looking at the board right now. If you're looking for the early money, not giving you any clues right now at this point.
This is like you could all this race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Problem is, though, are you going to get a price?
I know.
Where did you go?
I went to Eurobank Hanover. Mainly because I really like the winner of that race. We're going to see coming up a little bit later on the program.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I went with Eurobank Hanover as well. When I first started this job, Jeff, they used to tell me one of the better angles was the beaten favorite.
Love it.
Right, and this guy was the beaten favorite. And one of the reasons why he was the beaten favorite was because he kind of had to change things up on how he decided on racing him. There was no trip available. He had to come and get him in front. It wasn't taxing fractions or anything, but he still had to do the work. And the one that got up into his grill there, Mr. Wallner Fashion, this could be a pretty interesting animal too. So Eurobank is the way that I went as well.
I want to spread a ruin here. And so we're going to go 5 deep in here. We're going to use the 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9. So Royal Flush Dale, I don't know if he's as good now as he was, say, about 2 months ago or 3 months ago, but we're going to use that one. We're going to use Eurobank. We're going to use Wolfbank Crown. But we're also going to use Hercules, who we realize is moving up, but this PL Sapphire, you were talking to me off camera that you liked the horse, and now we get an equipment change with this one today as well.
Yeah, taking the Murphy off the inside on that one. Interesting one. I don't really like this Hercules. I think that this is a pretty nice horse, and he's a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? You're not looking at stake races or anything like that, but I think that there's some quality, and Tyler Jones has got along really, really good with this horse. He's won 2 in a row, and for him to pick against him to go to PL Sapphire, that kind of makes me go,
Yeah.
And then when you watch the replay last week on PA Sapphire, usually if they're live on the end of it, I'll put down big on end or sneaky good on end. Hers, I put question mark on end because I really wasn't sure the first time that I watched it, was she live on the end of it? So then when I watched it the other day, she was live. This thing was live, and then he's going to go against the horse that he could have drove to go with this one. It makes me wonder just what kind of depth is in there with PL Sapphire. So I do think that we kind of got to, throw her in amongst them.
I like it.
If we get her, we're going to get her at a price.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's nice for us from a handicapping point of view is I like when you get a good quality race to start off the night because it's tough when you have horses, like say you get that low end, like non-winners of a trot race. The form on those horses, it's so tough to narrow in. At least we've got 5 positive options in this race.
You know what I found years and years ago, and you don't see it as much now, on a Saturday night, and back then a lot of times it was Saturday afternoon in the winter, I always found that they put like the Open or one of their bigger races, a junior free-for-all or an 80 to 100 claimer in race number 2.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to get them there early, maybe give them a free square in the opening double, and then let them roll from that point on.
Yep. Race placement, it's something that I don't think is talked about enough in this game because from a betting point of view, it is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I mean, you've known that for a very long time. I'm just starting to realize that now.
Yeah, it's like if you have a 1 to 9 shot to start off a pick 5, it is the worst because it just, from a handle point of view, it kills the pool.
Right. Everybody's going to play it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Race number 2 on the program has a field of 7 in here. What'd you make of Trooper Hanover's last starts? Like, Paul drove on that day. The horse took ample support. The trip maybe wasn't the easiest for the comeback, but I still would have liked to have seen a little bit more finish than what we got on that day.
I liked everything about him except at the very, very end of his mile. I just kind of thought he shortened up big time right on the end of it, and I really wasn't expecting that. I see he's going to enlist James to drive this one tonight. Paul usually has his horses ready to go. This guy only had the one qualifier, and he chopped it out there. Looked like he was ready to pop. And, he throws him in a 20 claimer. But sometimes it's not fitness that makes them kind of say, no on the end of it there. So that kind of bothered me. I'm going to throw him in for third. Where I went, and I don't know if you use this one, but I'm really, really intrigued by this 4-horse, Lochinvar.
Our Aussie, I think it is.
Lochinvar Aussie.
Yeah.
Now, Trevor Henry's going to pick this one up. He is coming from the Tritons, a husband and wife team down there. I think he does the training, Shane, and his wife, Lauren, she is the driver of this bunch. Now, when I used to drive for a guy that had a lot of horses coming up from New Jersey at one time, Bill Robinson's barn, they had a barn on each side. So
yep.
A lot of horses coming back and forth and back and forth. And anytime that he had a horse come up from the Meadowlands that maybe wasn't racing as good as he wanted him to race, but showed a lot of zeros on his card. In other words, parked. That is a tough park at the Meadowlands. That is a big turn. It's fast speed. So what I would do is I'd run them up the inside. And I'm telling you, these things would just, really, really kind of flourish there that way. And I think that if Trevor decides, no one really, unless Jamie Copley says, hey, I trained this horse a mile and 50 the other day, racing on the front.
Yeah.
If he has a choice in here, I think that if he leaves him on the inside, buries him, and then happens to get lucky and shake loose, I think that this horse could come up with a really, really nice effort. So I'm going to try him as a fresh face, fresh barn, and Trevor Henry, one of my more favorite drivers. So I'm going to go the Lochinvar Aussie.
Looks like it might have been a private purchase, too.
Yeah, I think so, eh?
Race. Yeah, so we'll use that one on our pick 4. We'll use Trooper Hanover, but we're going to use Broodon. Now, you might be saying, why are you using Broodon? This is the Waples don't jump off the bandwagon yet angle, because you liked this horse a little bit last week.
I really liked him. The only thing that is just I didn't really expect JR to quite race him that way. I like him when he's tight and they want to race him in front, but when he's not cracking tight, I like them to race him the other way, which is the way that he was racing before last week. So I'm really hoping that he got him into some serious fractions, and that was the reason why the horse kind of called it off. If he goes back to the other way, I think the horse would really, really appreciate it, and nothing would make me, less, miserable if Broodon happened to win at a big price.
Let's do it.
Had him on top in his last, what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of the way he raced last week, even though it didn't work out for me, I kind of agree with the way that he raced him. So I really would like to see the end of the movie. So if Broodon is nowhere and he makes our ticket more expensive, that's on Randy.
Let's do it. Let's get to race number 3 now on the card. We're going to talk about some trotters. First level trotters in here in terms of the conditions of this race. Non-winners of 1 in here, and we have a field of 8. And when I was doing my initial handicapping, I saw Solo to Lexington, and I said, I'm going to try and beat this horse. The problem is I went up, down, left, right, diagonal. I changed pens, changed highlighters. And this Solo to Lexington, I just think if she can keep it together, and that's a huge if, she's going to be tough. Now, having said that, the best piece of advice I can give you in here from a betting point of view is, and we do picks, but we talk about wagering as well. If this horse is over bet tonight, I think you got to go in a different direction. I think it's risk versus reward. I think you got to ask for 5-2 or more to play this horse, and you might not get that in here. So if you like somebody else, that is totally cool with me. In fact, you've got a replay in here in regards to my Classic Queen.
This is a horse. This is going to be my top pick in here. I agree with everything that you said. About accepting certain numbers.
Yeah.
My Classic Queen now went to the hobbles recently. I would say. She's had them on now 3 starts, but the first time. On the March the 23rd line, she didn't really do nothing. But what she did do was she stayed at it. She kept trotting. So then her next start, March the 29th, 6 days later, she comes up with a much better effort, closed up big time. Then she comes back 7 days later and has the 7-hole. And again, what I think is a much stronger effort. And both of her last 2 times, She's come home in 28 seconds flat. And where I think that that's viable is that you look up and down this page, there's not many other horses that are doing that. And she's doing it in the morning. Usually in the morning, the track's not as fast as at night. So 28 seconds, I was thinking of a different horse, but 28 seconds to me is where she's coming into it. Before it was 30 and change, 31. Then all of a sudden, with the hobbles coming on, it's 28. He's able to push her more. So let's take a look at Mr. Thiessen in this last race. And this is what I like already. So she's at the back of the pack, but look at her and look at him. She's keeping up on her own. The lines are tight. The shoulders are back. He's not looking to do anything with her, but she's just doing this all on her own. She's racing. He's not tapping her to keep up. And then instead of even looking to go up the inside, he automatically bails to the outside. So that, again, tells me that she's got some trot, and he wants to apply it and see what's going to happen. And here she starts to trot on the end of it, and she really starts to dig in here, I think. Isn't going to be a match for these three here, but look at her fly right here on the end of it. And on the run out, she kind of keeps going as well. Now, I'm pretty sure that was the fellow's horse up on top. That was... Sherlyn Hanover, who was just a creature, and we're going to see her coming out again, and I'm going to creature her again. I really think that she's special, but I thought My Classy Queen is really starting to come around. Unfortunately, does draw the rail, but she had the rail 2 down, and it didn't bother her. So that's the way I'm going to go.
You know what? Listen, I don't speak horse. I wish I did. But listen, with My Classy Queen, when I watched that replay, you know what it almost looks like to me is the old light bulb went off. We're kind of figuring things out a little bit right now.
Figuring things out.
So
we're kind of starting to like it.
Yeah, exactly. That was a nice finish in that race, too. So race number 3 on the trot.
And where are we going?
Oh, yeah. So we're going to use, in that race, we're going to use your horse, My Classic Queen, and Solo to Lexington. I would have liked to have walled it in this race, but because we used so many in some of the earlier races, we couldn't afford that. So let's use your horse, and we'll use Solo to Lexington as well. Knock on wood, I think the brakes are behind your horse. I'm not sure that's the case with Solo to Lexington or not.
Right.
You know, so we'll see.
Cool.
Now, in the 4th, I think this is where a lot of people are going to key in on a horse because we've had a beautiful horse that we've seen here from the Luke Blaze outfit, the name of Delightful Yankee. They paid a decent buck for this horse. And the great thing is that she gets to remain in the same class that she raced against last time out. So I want you to put on your scouting hat. Let's say you're looking at these junior hockey players and you're saying to the GM that you work for, we've got to draft this player. Why should we draft this horse? What is the natural ability that you've seen from her so far?
So far, she hasn't got a trip. I mean, he hasn't drove her bad, but she really, truly hasn't got a trip. I'm waiting for the day that she either sits in the 2-hole, does nothing, and then gets out at the head of the lane, comes second over, does nothing, and gets out of the head of the lane. She's been, last week she roughed it up a little bit and ended up getting the job done. The week before, she spent some time on the outside and ended up getting the job done. I just like her because she doesn't need a trip. She can make her trip. And, maybe that's got something to do with that $439,000 they paid with her as a baby. I came free, so they had to wait on me. But this one they had to pay a little bit of money for. So I like her. I honestly, Jeff, as this is a nice group, but I really only see it as a 3-1 exactor.
Yeah, so that's what I got too. Yeah, this Tomboy Strong does look pretty good in here.
So we're going to
keep the 3.
Yes.
Delightful Yankee. Because Tomboy Strong's going to have the race of her life to beat that horse
and the
tonight.
rail.
Yeah.
It can get a little bit trickier. Did have the rail in its last qualifier, got out of there okay, but only in 1/4 and 30 seconds, you know what I mean? So I just like Delightful Yankee because, like I said, he doesn't have to make a trip.
Yeah.
He can just let her do her racing.
Now, in my handicapping briefcase, Randy, I've got lots of tools. I've got highlighters, pens, but I have a magnifying glass as well. And the magnifying glass says I'm going to watch this My Ghost very carefully tonight because I want to see what this one is going to be able to do. I don't know if tonight she's going to be able to win or not, but she showed a lot of ability early on in her career.
She has, yeah, absolutely. Got some serious git on the end of it there. Another nice young trotter coming out of the Eric Nadeau camp.
So the 5th race is going to wrap up the pick 5. So we're going to key the horse there in the 4th, that being Delightful Yankee. In the 5th, we're going to scratch the 4 Race Credit. Race Credit's missed a lot of time now, back-to-back scratches.
Yeah, and he was in a good spot here.
I know. And Outlaw Gran Torino is out now as well. So we lose a couple in this spot. So we're down to a field of 8. I'm watching this race with hands over my eyes because I have picked a horse in here, Randy, that I could have total egg on my face. This Summer Dancer, I don't know if she's just totally gone off form, if there's a reason why they're dropping a ton with her, or if Mike's just saying, you know what, we got to put her in a spot where she can win and get her confidence back. How do you read it? Like, let me ask you from a handicapping point of view. What are you going to do with Summer Dancer here in this race?
Well, I mean, I'm not 100% sure if it's not going to be a tougher class. I'm not a big fan of the 20,000 claiming condition. I truly believe that the only level that is less than the 20,000 claiming condition is the 8,000 claiming condition. I look at 7,500 or 8 straights as a deeper bunch than usually the 20 claiming. I'm not saying that there's not certain horses that don't show up in these classes, 1 or 2 at a time, but as a group, I find them to be.
So you're saying it's not really that much of a drop, if any?
No.
Yeah.
If anything, like I said, I think that this is probably a tougher bunch. You know what I mean? So I think.
Well, that doesn't make me feel any more confident.
I did use this one. I mean, listen. I mean, this horse responded well to Phil last week.
Yeah.
Look at the last quarters he's been going, and look what he did last week with Phil. 27-1 on the end of it. That's kind of dangerous. Draws back in here. They go back to Jody, but he's still playable in here. I think that if he comes up with a big race, he's going to be a part of the ticket. I really look at it again as the Cullen horse, early play, but I think that He's Swift is the way to go in here. I really do think that he is the horse that, again, doesn't have to look for the trip.
Yeah.
He can make it on his own, and he's got the right guy to do that with Phil. Phil does not mind airing one out on the front end, so I think that Phil's going to get a big mile out of He's Swift.
So because producer Jason Moore pays us in Canadian Tire dollars, we don't have a massive budget that we can play when it comes to Pick 5 here tonight. Let's recap our ticket for you. If we could have tossed in one more, I think I would have liked to have tossed in early play, but we can't. The problem with early play is he doesn't have any speed, and he's always trip dependent, right? So let's recap our ticket in here. We're going to key in race number 4, the number 3, that being Delightful Yankee. We're going to go 5 deep to start it off. Gosh, we got to get through the first leg tonight. 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. And then the second race, we've got the 2, 4, and the 6. Troopy Hanover, the newcomer to the Copley outfits, and Brudon. Come on, Brudon, one time.
He could be our favorite horse.
Yes. Third, we got the 1 and the 8. Fourth, we're going to key in on Delightful Yankee. And then in the 5th, it's the 3 and the 5, that being Summer Dancer and He's Swift. I think a lot of people, Randy, are going to play it basically like a pick 4 tonight with that.
Probably.
If Delightful Yankee loses, then
yeah, it's going to
touchdown
really,
for somebody.
For sure, absolutely. That's going to separate a lot of tickets.
Okay, race 6, this Mr. Wallner Fashion. I had a chance to catch up with Scotty Young last week after he was able to win with this horse, and they have some high expectations for this horse. They've paid this horse into some series. By the way, to everybody watching the show that is an owner, your final stakes payments for a lot of races like the NA Cup, April the 15th, I think is your next payment. I'm not sure when the final one is, probably when you enter, I guess, but that's tough for me. Like, you got to keep making these payments. Some of these horses haven't even started as of yet, but I guess you're just looking at qualifiers and how they're coming in.
Way to go broke. Come February when you got to start making them payments.
Yeah.
Boy,
there's 2 ways of getting broke: stakes payments and driving a car these days.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so Mr. Wallner Fashion didn't have a great draw. Now, I got to give Johnny Rallis a lot of credit because he loved this horse last week, and he caught up with Scotty, and Scotty was very complimentary of the horse, too. They threw it down. This horse did in Eurobank Hanover. The one thing is he got a little bit hot pre-race, but he was still able to win. How much a hindrance is the draw, though, for this guy tonight?
Yeah, that is, he's going to come in. We're going to have to see it there. But, I feel better that Scotty, who knows the issues that can sometimes happen with the rail, he's going to know it, and I just don't think he's going to get him into that problem. But like you said, last week he did look a little fractious out in the post parade. I'm hoping that because this is the second start back at night, he's going to be a little bit more accustomed to it, a little more cool with it, So I'm going to go with him. He's my all-in bet tonight. And starting out this late pick 5, Jeff, I'm looking at him as a free square. He's got some nice horses in against him. I'm a big fan of Roxy Harper. She's just making her first start back. Richie Rich is just starting to get better, but now they're going to go to a set of flip-flops up in front with him. So then you wonder, are the feet that much better? Not going to use my brother's horse in here. That might be a bit of a problem.
I like him a little bit.
And now he's coming in with his chain.
I got him
sides
third.
to blind.
Yep.
Makes
Yep.
you go,
Yep.
And that's about it. But I think that this Wallner Fashion horse really, really impressed me last week. I don't know if I can see any other horse in here that is able to come 27 seconds on the end of it and do it consistently. So Mr. Wallner Fashion, we're going to show you the replay of him. And remember, at the head of the lane when this guy's starting to come, he started out from the 9 hole, made a big move to get to the 5 hole, made a big move to get to this point. This is about the 3rd move that he's made. Let's see if there's one more under the hood for Mr. Scott Young and Mr. Wallner Fashion. So here we go on the outside, and this is such a good, here we got Eurobank Hanover up on top, which was my top pick in this race. And he raced great, but he could not fight this guy off. He just keeps coming. And how about this body language on Scott Young? He ain't panicking. He's still a half a wheel behind Bobby, not panicking. Now he starts to speak to him, and this guy responds. Wow, what a nice horse. And this is a really, really nice horse that he's going by. But he just wasn't going to hold him off, and on the run out, it even gets worse, too. So, just a really, really good-looking horse there, that 9 horse, and I think that this is his race to win or lose.
Yeah, you can see on his underbelly how hot he got, and but, he might race out of that, now that he's a little bit, not as much anticipating what's going to happen because he's coming back. Now, second start off the layoff, but the theme that you hit on with a lot of these other horses is it's their first start of the year.
Yeah, that's it.
So you're facing a bit of a monster coming off the bench, which is a little bit unfortunate.
And again, he didn't mind. Like, he got away 5th from the 9 hole last week. He's got the rail this week. They're all not going to come barreling out of it. If he gets away mid-pack, he can just move him into the fresh air again.
We're going to skip the 7th because we're a little bit tight for time. Let's get to race number 8 now. And this is a non-2 on the trot. We scratched number 6, Green Money Queen. So we're down to a field of 8. I like this Checkmaster because the horse has won twice and has won this class, albeit it was a while back, but it's kind of hit or miss as of late. But this Rico Tubbs is one that we're going to keep a keen eye in here. Well-traveled individual for the stable, and last season banked some pretty good bucks. What do you think of the comeback race?
Oh, great. Yeah, we're going to actually show you that one. Did you go Rico Tubbs?
I put the horse in 3rd.
Oh, I put him in for 2nd.
Yeah, I went 7-5-1. I put this Shirley in Hanover 2nd.
And then you went
Checkmaster on top, yeah.
Okay, Checkmaster, this is a drop down for him. He raced in the non-winners of 3 last week, but was racing real good up to then. Herbie Hall, and his barn is good right now as well, too. I didn't use him in there, but I did. Where I went to on top here is Sherlyn Hanover.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with her last week, and I know she's coming up, where Rico Tubbs, he's already got a start under his belt. So let's take a look at his. Rico Tubbs had the rail last week in this class, non-winners of 2 or 20, got away at the back of the pack, and let's see if there's any pop on the end of it. Were you a Miami Vice fan?
Oh, yes.
Really? Wasn't that the guy's name, Rico Tubbs?
I remember how those guys dressed. They were so sharply dressed,
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
Great
Didn't
show.
they do an episode on Friends where Ross and
probably
they dressed the same way there or something?
Probably, yeah.
So anyway, here we go. And let's see if James McDonald and Rico Tubbs has any go on the end of it. Or will he be looking for Sonny Crockett to come up with him here? Oh, no, this is Mark. My apologies to brother Mark. This is Mark when he subbed with this one for James. James back aboard. And, yeah, good wheels on the end of it from Mark. Nice, easy mile that Mark put underneath this one. So I think he's handing his brother back a really live drive in this one. But Mark is going to pick himself up kind of a, interesting drive, too, with Trudy Bird. Not going to put her up on top now, but at some point, I do think that we're going to start to see a little bit of Trudy Bird action.
What happens now with these stable horses now? Because Anthony calls the shots with these horses, and now he's got 2 brothers that are competing here on the circuit. So how does he divide that up? That's pretty interesting family dinner next time.
That could be some interesting TV if they did it on TV. Put the 3 of them in the room and then see who gets to drive who.
Yeah, I like it. 9th race on the program. We have another replay that we're going to look at in here. And Make Me a Legend goes 2nd time off the plan for the Osceola barn. They had some success last night with us here at Woodbine. I had a tough time handicapping this race. We're going to change that to race 9. We just did the 8th race. We're going to change that graphic to race number 9. And getting on to Lasix, and here is number 8, that being Better Beast. I must admit, Randy, I struggled doing my handicapping in here.
Well, Better Beast is kind of interesting because he's going to go first start Lasix. So that's not really my move, especially from the outside. So I'm going to take a wait and see on him. But I do think at some point, he's going to look better in this class. Belmont Blazer's been racing in here for a while, so he's kind of logical to be a part of it, but just 0 for 16, it's hard to, pull the trigger. I thought that Catitude raced really, really well in his last, but boy, he got tripped to death by David Kelly. So hopefully David's going to be able to come up with the same kind of an effort with him. I got him in for 4th. Crazen Party Boy in for 2nd. Where I went was the 4-horse Make Me a Legend. That was first time Carmen Auciello for this guy. And where I thought that this horse could be really, really live in this race is the fact he was racing straight 14 claimers. Then he drops, he claims them, and in my opinion, he has dropped this horse down from the straight 14s into a 20,000 claiming condition. I think that this is so. He had the 8-hole. He goes out of there. Let's see if he's got any pop on the end of it for Travis Henry. He's going to be my top pick in here. So right now, shoulders back on Travis Henry, sitting in the 3-hole with the Snowman saddle pad, the number 8 position, and he is going to me, look like he's got some serious go. And again, to me, last week was a drop down. Plus, at one time, first start, Carmen Auciello was gold. His barn's not, firing as really on the way that maybe it should be right now. But he's continually putting fresh new horses into his barn. And I think that he's going to build things up here. So, again, here's Travis. He gets to the outside with this guy, and let's see if he's got any pop on the end of it. I say he does. He isn't going to get to Dougie, but he is going to keep coming, and that was first start for him. So on the run out, not a bad effort. Travis is going to come right back with this guy. Better post position to work with and the ability to get himself out of there. I'm not really sure who's going to cut this mile. Maybe Travis is going to want to try to cut it with this second time Carmen Auciello, but that's the route I'm going.
I'm going to take a shot with Wicked Express. Now, he has been a bit of a bad actor as of late at Flamborough. Here, he's a little bit better. But I'm really banking on the fact that he's been duking it with Volcanic a bunch of occasions this season and beat Volcanic not all that long ago. So if he can stay flat, I think he's right there.
At one time, Wicked Express owned this class.
Yeah.
But the problem that you get with this class, though, is that, how can a horse with a cap on it still fit it with the money? Look what he made last year, 76.
Yeah.
He's got 30 made this year. He's made over 100,000 in his last 2 years. But what's happened is they keep moving that cap up.
Yeah.
It goes from 25 to 30 to 50. Now it's at 67. So he keeps getting in here. But even though they're letting him in, they're letting other horses that got a lot of money on their card drop in here as well, too. So I don't think it's any easier than when he was here before. But I will say, at one time, if you look down on the bottom of his card, at one time, this horse owned this class.
Yeah, no, he has. And poor producer tonight, Jason, has said, you guys talk too much. We have to drop race number 10.
Oh, okay.
So let's take a look.
I'll take the responsibility.
Let's take a look at some tickets and see what we've got when it comes to that. So this is just a recap of our consensus pick 5. We've kind of gone over this a little bit. We're all in race number 4, as will many people be with Delightful Yankee. Now, what other tickets do we have to pass along? Let's take a look at the pick 6 in here, and you are a little bit on the heavy side towards the back half of this tickets.
Yeah, tough. I've just found the last couple of weeks have been really tough sequences. So I do key Delightful Yankee in that race. And race number 5, Summer Dancer, and he's Swift. Race number 6 is going to be a key, and that's going to be Mr. Wallner Fashion. Then here comes the heat. I'm going to go Cool, Calm, and Collected, switch the pacing bred trotter, and the 5-horse Selenial going into the Carmen Auciello barn. Race number 8, it's going to be Sherlin Hanover and Rico Tubbs. And then I'm going to use all 4 of my numbers in race number 9, and that's going to be the 1, the 4, the 5, and the 6, my top play being Make Me a Legend.
So that's your pick 6. We've got late pick 5s that we'll take a look at as well in here. And, the all button is being pushed in race number 8.
You knew I had to get to it.
Yeah, at some point tonight, the all burger. Well, it's only 7, too, so we can actually make this ticket a little bit cheaper now because we have the scratch of Green Money Queen. So that's now a 7-horse field there in race number 8.
Beautiful. You just keep talking, Jeff. You're making me look better. In race number 7, I'm going to go Switch and Zelenio, obviously the key on Mr. Wallner Fashion. In race number 8, I'm going to key this one. Like Jeff said, you're now down to a field of 7. I think we can maybe catch a price if, on something. Race number 9, it's going to be Make Me a Legend. I'm going to single them. And then in the 10th race, I'm going to go too deep and basically using the Cullen horse, Jody Catch Me Gracefully, and Grace Marshman's horse driven by Travis, My Only Sunshine.
Here's a look at my late pick 5. We've got the same key with Mr. Wallner Fashion, and then I got coverage the rest of the way. Nothing too crazy, I don't think. I've got Switch in there. I've got Greengrass Grows. 8th top pick in there is going to be the 7, but I do have your Rico Tubbs in there, Randy. 9th, I've got Wicked Express and Make Me a Legend. And then the last, I've got This Girl Rules, Catch Me Gracefully, and My Only Sunshine. Boy, we have a lot of similarities when it comes to
Yeah, they are kind of the same,
yeah.
just a little bit of different, you know.
A little bit different, yeah, along the way. Plays of the nights. We have those that we'll take a look at. And we'll start off with Randy Waples.
Worth a look is going to be a whole new face to our circuit, and that's going to be Lochinvar Aussie. I can't wait till Chad actually calls that, so I know how the pronunciation is correct. Race 3, Beat the Favorite, My Classy Queen. All in is going to be Mr. Wallner Fashion, and Waples Watch, Make Me a Legend in race number 9.
Let's take a look at what this handsome devil's got for you. My watch lister is Eurobank Hanover. My bounce back threat is Trooper Hanover. I see that one bouncing back. Delightful Yankee, very unoriginal pick there. And my best bet is Mr. Wallner Fashion coming up in race number 6. Let's give you some value plays. So these guys say enough of that chalk that Brad's giving you. Kevin Plaucha, I love me some tacos. I am not a big taco guy in real life. I am not.
love tacos.
Do you?
Oh.
I don't mind the soft shell. The hard shell?
I love the the hard shell.
Oh, Randy.
Oh, I love them. They're messy, but I love them.
Checkmaster, that's where Garnet Barnesville's going to go. Garnet's had a good week, as a matter of fact. And Giselle, hey, me and my man Giselle, we both like Wicked Express tonight. Due for more is that one.
Yes, he is, yeah.
Alrighty, should we take a break? I think we shall. Race number 1 coming up momentarily here from Woodbine Mohawk Park as we start off the pick 5. Pool guaranteed at $75,000.
And they're out. Great start.
Johnny Walker Black Label. The same, with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
First race, field of trotters on parade. Here's number 1, Florida Guy. Jody Jamieson drives for trainer Katerina Bosniak. JJ Stable Zones. 2 is the Hitman Heart. Trevor Henry in the bike. Kyle Boston's owner-trainer. Mark McDonald driving number 3, Hercules, tonight for trainer Justin Turcott and owner Écurie Provocant. 4 is PL Sapphire. Tyler Jones in the sulky. Katie Huskinson trains for Princely Acres and PL Jill LLC. Paul McDonnell trains and drives the 5 Ungawa for the estate of Dale Toll. Here's number 6, Wolfpack Crown. Louis Waugh aboard. Tyler Moore trains for Stuart Chambers Racing, BCGM Incorporated, and Divine Horse Racing. Bob McClure driving 7 Eurobank Hanover. Luke Blade trains for Determination. Number 8, Resolved Issues. Tyler Borth aboard. Ben Bearjean trains for Susan Zamet and Carmen Crysdale. The 9 is Royal Flush Dale, driven by James McDonald, trained by Dominic Ledoux for the stable Royal Flush Dale. And to complete the group, it's 10 Validus. Todd Ratchford in the sulky. Roy Jeffries trains for owner Deborah Jeffries. That's your field race 1 on a Monday night, starting our early pick 5. It's guaranteed at $75,000, post time in 5 minutes.
It has turned out to be a lovely night for harness action here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Remember those cold February nights? They seem like a distant memory.
Oh, yes, they do. No doubt about that. I'm just hoping that because of the beautiful weather, we're going to get the horses on the track for a lot longer.
Yes, that's what people come to see, the horses on the racetrack. And here's a look at Hercules, looking to extend that winning streak to 3.
This is a really, really nice horse. 5-year-old, bit of an advantage. You know, he's been doing a lot of his racing in against 3- and 4-year-olds, but, you know, well put together. Has done nothing wrong so far. You know, 2 really, really nice victories, actually. And I'm going to throw him in for 3rd, though.
Randy and I are taking a chance here on this PL Sapphire. They're making an equipment change with this one this evening.
Oh, Jesus, does she ever look good, eh? You know, I mean, 21-1 right now. She's not taking a lot of action, but she looks good. And there's got to be a reason why I think that he would jump ship. I watched the replay of this one, and I thought that she was racing really, really good on the end of it. So maybe he knows a bit more than me, and we did throw her in because right now, if we happen to catch her, Jeff, wow, that's going to knock a lot of people off this pick 5 pool.
Wolfpack Crown is number 6. Whenever I see that term Wolfpack, I think of Hangover.
Oh, yeah.
We're the Wolfpacks.
Yeah, he still got it. He looks good.
Lost last time out to Hercules.
But he was trapped down on the rail. The other horse had the momentum. By the time Bobby was able to squeak this guy through there, it was too late. But he was live coming through. So, I mean, to me, that was one of the better races I thought that he went. And Louis going to pick himself up a live drive 9-2. Got him in for 2nd.
Now the money is really starting to show here on Eurobank Hanover, who, let's face it, Randy, that was a winning race last time out.
Yeah, I think so too. He just happened to catch a real killer horse. You know what I mean? And the other one got up in his grill early, had everything go his way, you know, never got backed up into traffic or anything like that. So I think he can race this guy much the same way if he wants to and, you know, get the job done. McClure likes to change things up every now and again. I think that that's what makes him like a really great driver. So he might change things up, but I think the result is going to be in the victory.
If we are still on that shot, we are. Is that one of those calming hoods? It's got like the, I don't know if those ears are
could
covered
be
or not, but it looks like it's a bit of a calming hood.
Yeah, it could be one of them. When they first came out with them, when I was around them, they were always silver.
Yeah.
But this could be one.
It looks like it is.
Yeah. So interesting that he's wearing this. Got the mouth open, but that's not a horse that's trying to breathe through his mouth. That's just a horse that's taking a hold of the bit.
Yeah, so essentially what they're designed for is just if you have a high-energy horse, they're supposed to calm you down a little bit more. So this horse might be coming... Nope. Just going behind. Yeah, I think this is a bit of a revved-up horse.
I got a feeling he is, and he wouldn't be the first one. He is a green shoe. You know what I mean? So, they do come with that a little bit.
The number 9 is Royal Flush Dale. Looking back at that replay, maybe we're being a little bit too harsh on this guy because he wasn't against Eurobank Hanover and the horse we like a little bit later on in the program.
I like him. There's really nothing that I don't like about him other than the fact that there's some couple of real killers in here, and he draws the outside of them.
Yep.
And, if James is just looking to go out there and power drive him, that would be okay, but that's not really James's style. So I'm just wondering if, maybe he might hit a little bit of traffic, but that's a sharp-looking horse out there.
The Hitman Heart comes off a win, and the Hitman Heart behind the gate, as is the 7 Eurobank Hanover.
I think maybe we're going a little bit light on the Hitman Heart. He is deemed to be getting a little bit better, but still a 2-hole and tough group.
Let's take a look at the 5 now, this being Ungawa, and I am curious, not necessarily tonight, but down the line, what we're going to get from this one.
That's the magic word. That was Tarzan's magic word.
Ungawa?
He could get an elephant, a tiger, a lion, anything to do anything. All he had to do was say Ungawa.
He's live on the board right now, too,
This
Randy.
is a nice horse, he's a little bit tricky coming back with the 2 qualifiers and didn't really do anything in them. In the first one, he made a break, but when he's on his game, look out, 54 trotter here.
We saw Mr. Bayerjean on that leaderboard from last week. He's got a big price here with resolved issues.
So this will be second start flip-flops for this one. Went to flip-flops in his last start there. I thought raced a little bit better, so he could be a little bit dangerous in here. I didn't use him, but like I said, second start flip-flops. And if you look at his lines, first start flip-flops was last week. Look at the difference in the last quarter.
I think we're going to have a nice pick 5 pool because we haven't had the big hit as of yet. That's when the Rosema money comes in. Speaking of Chad, he's standing by right now with the call of race number 1.
Let me just punch this ticket. Should jump up pretty good. Mondays are always pretty popular. Last night was a great pool. We had another great pool the other night. Wagering just been solid. So appreciate everybody playing along. We've got a field of 10 to start our Monday 10-pack. 6 of the 10 races for trotters. Here's the first one of the night, 6-5, a number 7 Eurobank Hanover for Blay, Determination, and McClure. Field at the top of the stretch now, all lined up. It's post time. Here they come. First race field picks up speed. And away they go. Off and trotting in the Monday night opener. Wolfpack Crown leaves out alertly down the center along with Eurobank Hanover. Florida Guy and Hercules into the early mix as well. The Hitman Heart is going to get a spot 5th in front of PL Sapphire. Off stride, Royal Flushdale making a break, taken to the outer portion of the track. We go back to Ungawa, who's being followed by Resolved Issues, and then it's Validus and resetting, trailing Royal Flushdale after the miscue. Eurobank Hanover to even money. Takes over the lead here into the backstretch after a 28-second opening quarter. It's Eurobank Hanover in front of Wolfpack Crown. Hercules trots 3rd with Florida Guy 4th. And Wolfpack Crown's back out of the deuce. So here comes Wolfpack Crown to come around Eurobank Hanover. In 5th, the Hitman Heart. Trotting 6th, PL Sapphire. Ungawa is 7th. And Resolved Issues. Starting up is Validus. And another 6 to Royal Flushdale. Wolfpack Crown, the leader again for Louis Hua. By a midway check-in at 57-4. Wolfpack Crown heads into this turn to the 5/8s, leading nearly 2 now on Eurobank Hanover. Hercules trots 3rd, Florida Guys 4th. The Hitman Heart still on hold from 5th, and then it's PL Sapphire's going to get the Hitman Heart on the move now. So first up and working with cover, PL Sapphire. Also to the outer flow, Ungawa from the back to the inside, Resolved Issues and Validus. Wolfpack Crown, the leader, a length and a half to the third panel in 126-3. They turn for the stretch, and Eurobank Hanover's out of the pocket. Here comes the even money favorite Eurobank Hanover to try and reel in Wolfpack Crown. And then Hercules set down in the center of the track, and that one gets rough and goes off stride. Here's Eurobank Hanover trying to get by Wolfpack Crown, who's doing his best to dig in, but Eurobank Hanover is going to wear him down late, and it's Eurobank Hanover to score. Wolfpack Crown 2nd, Ungawa got up for 3rd, PL Sapphire 4th in 1:55-1. First race unofficial on the board, top 4, 7, 6, 5, 4. Let's meet the first race winner as he comes back in front of us now. It's number 7, Eurobank Hanover. 4-year-old bay gelding by Green Shoe from the Ken Workington Dam. Emmylou, who is owned by Determination, trained by Luke Blais, and driven to victory by Bob McClure, who with this win goes over $60 million in career earnings. Congrats, Bob. Eurobank Hanover, a winner for the second time this year in 3 opportunities. 9th career score. Clock tonight at 155-1. Race 1 payouts. Number 7, Eurobank Hanover, $4.20, $292.50. Second, number 6, Wolfpack Crown, $4, $290. Third, number 5, Ungawa, $3.40. $2 exacta, $10.80. $1 try, $21.85. $1 super, $137.05. Should have the details of the early pick 5 up there. I believe the pool was just over 82,000. And we'll get some live money updates for you here momentarily. First race field picks up speed. And away they go. Off and trotting in the Monday night opener. Wolfpack Crown leaves out alertly down the center along with Eurobank Hanover. Florida Guy and Hercules into the early mix as well. The Hitman Heart is going to get a spot fifth in front of PL Sapphire. Off stride, Royal Flushdale making a break, taken to the outer portion of the track. We go back to Ungawa, who's being followed by Resolved Issues, and then it's Validus, and resetting, trailing Royal Flushdale for the miscue. Eurobank Hanover to even money. Takes over the lead here into the backstretch after a 28-second opening quarter. It's Eurobank Hanover in front of Wolfpack Crown. Hercules trots third with Florida Guy fourth. And Wolfpack Crown's back out of the deuce. So here comes Wolfpack Crown to come around Eurobank Hanover. In fifth, the Hitman Heart. Trotting sixth, PL Sapphire. Ungawa is seventh. And Resolved Issues. Starting up is Validus. And another six to Royal Flushdale. Wolfpack Crown, the leader again for Louis Hua. By a midway check-in at 57-4. Wolfpack Crown heads into this turn to the 5/8s, leading nearly two now on Eurobank Hanover. Hercules trots third, Florida Guys fourth. The Hitman Heart still on hold from fifth, and then it's PL Sapphire's going to get the Hitman Heart on the move now. So first up and working with cover, PL Sapphire. Also to the outer flow, Ungawa from the back to the inside, Resolved Issues and Validus. Wolfpack Crown, the leader, a length and a half to the third panel in 126-3. They turn for the stretch, and Eurobank Hanover's out of the pocket. Here comes the even money favorite Eurobank Hanover to try and reel in Wolfpack Crown. And then Hercules set down in the center of the track, and that one gets rough and goes off stride. Here's Eurobank Hanover trying to get by Wolfpack Crown, who's doing his best to dig in, but Eurobank Hanover is going to wear him down late, and it's Eurobank Hanover to score. Wolfpack Crown second, Ungawa got up for third, PL Sapphire fourth in 1:55-1. Here's a rundown from race number 1 from the top down. It's 5, 7th place 6th, 6th placed 8th for making that break in the stretch. 4, 3, 2, 1, 9, 10, 8th placed 7th. Second race claiming Pacers on parade. Number 1 is One Can Dan. Jody Jamieson drives. Joe McIsaac training for Andy Stewart. James McDonald driving number 2, Trooper Hanover. Paul McDonnell trains for Paul McDonnell Racing Stable. 3 is Can Be a Treasure. Louis Hua aboard for trainer Cassidy Schneider. Colonel Schneider Jr. owns. Trevor Henry drives the 4, Lochinvar Aussie. Jamie Copley trains and owns with Jacob Copley, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. The 5, the Dark Panther, driven by Phil Hudon. He also trains for Ken and Emma Duncan and Jennifer Lucier. We're going to go to 7 next. TH Allow Me to Lead. Daryl Thiessen in the bike for owner-trainer Michael Hamlin. And now coming to the track, the 6 Brewdon. Brewdon is driven by J.R. Plant, Mike Kwinowski training for Frank Lamacchia, Tony Maselli, and Demar Sun Stable. And that's your field for tonight's second race, with post time coming up in about 8 minutes.
Race number 2 coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes from now as we take a live look into a horse who's got the neck bowed here tonight, and that is One Can Dan. Only a matter of time before this barn gets rolling, Randy, and this one, for the most part, though, has had a tough go this year.
Yeah, he has. You know, maybe taken a little bit of a duck in level of competition. You know, moving away from some of those straight claimers back into the, comforts of the 20,000 condition claimer with the cap on it. Looks amazing out there. Really, really, truly does. But doesn't surprise me coming out of the barn that he does. But I'm not going to be using him 11-1. Nice number, though.
I'm hearing some reports the horses might be coming back to the paddock. Not sure what's going on or not, but we'll just keep talking until they go into the paddock. Right. Number 2 is Trooper Hanover. Did disappoint last time out, but the betting public is not jumping off the bandwagon yet.
No, number 1, the stable usually makes a very, very good account of himself. I think just Paul's just wanting to go to a younger driver on this guy. I like him in here. I just don't look at him as a win candidate. I look at him, I put him in for 3rd. But that's not to say that my 2 horses that I like, I got one on top that I've never seen race before live, and the other one I got on top raced horrible last week, or in for 2nd.
Number 3 is Can Be a Treasure. Cassie Schneider will send out this one. Cut the mile last week and eventually finished in 3rd.
Yeah, raced good. You know, maybe that chopping that mile might, wake him up a little bit, and he'll come up with a better effort there in this one. Not using him, 16-1.
The newcomer to the Copley barn is taking some support right now at 2-1.
Now, this is an interesting one. Like I said, I don't really know I don't know too much about this guy. I mean, he does have some ability. The stable that he moves into can, first time Copley can be a big, big play. This guy that's driving him, really, really sharp guy. Again, I said in the when I drove a lot of these horses that weren't racing good, that were coming up from the Meadowlands, I would just hide them. I just find that, they spend a lot of time on the outside of the track, and I would just duck them up the inside, and they were live when they got through.
So for whatever reason, the horse to return to the paddock.
Technical issues.
Technical issues, okay.
Yeah, for the wagering. As you guys could see, we had some issues in the first race. Those pools certainly were a lot smaller than they normally are, many weren't able to wager in that first race. Just working on those issues, and once they get that going, then we'll be back out here. But obviously we want to give everybody an opportunity to be able to play these races. So horses are coming back to the paddock, guys.
Appreciate the update. Thank you so much, Chad, for that. So we're under a bit of a short delay right now at this point of the proceedings. So the horses will come back, and the good news is, Randy, these aren't 2-year-olds. They're very experienced horses. So they're not going to get thrown off too much.
No, I don't think so at all. This won't bother them. And they never really scored them out. Remember when we were kids at Greenwood, they'd score them out before they'd turn them to the gate. They don't really do that anymore, and they're not really out there long enough that they can score them out. So they'll come in, and hopefully everybody's able to get things, situated or whatever, and we can go back to racing. And something? Once again, Jeff Bratt was dead on. Because you said, as they were first race was rolling around the turn, that Chad money was going to come in, and it was going to be a lot. And I think he broke the name.
He might have. Yeah, but the pool was unusually light. So something happened with the wager. We don't know what, but hopefully it gets rectified in the not-too-distant future. So we're under a bit of a holding pattern right now at this point. As we like to say, we will keep you posted, and hopefully we'll get back to action here momentarily.
Word is, wagering is back to operating as normal. So horses for race number 2 will be heading back out onto the track here in just a few moments. We've got about a half dozen or so minutes until post time. Give everybody an opportunity that maybe was looking to play race 2 and didn't have that chance to be able to do that. So again, about 6 or 7 minutes until post time. Horses for race number 2 will be heading back out onto the track here in just a few moments. As we can see, horses for race 2 back out onto the track. We've got about 5 minutes until post time. So we'll get this field of 7 back out here, enjoying the nice elements here in the Campbellville area. Loosen up, and then we'll be heading to the gate. Wagering remains open. Apologize for the inconvenience and the short delay, but looks like it's all systems go now. We're back at it in 5 minutes.
Again, as Chad said, just want to thank everybody for their patience there as we got all the wagering technical difficulties out of the way. As we take a look at Lochinvar Aussie, Randy's worth a look play right now at odds of 2-1. This horse is being bet like it's good to go tonight, Randy.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, I reached out to John Rollis there. I thought that maybe with all the time that he spends at the Meadowlands, he might know a little bit about this guy. Says he's got some ability, but he can be a little bit bumpy. He's moving into a new barn. I'm just kind of hoping that, new driver, new trainer, maybe we can get a little bit more out of him. And I did talk earlier, Trevor can drive him how he wants, but I know a lot of times myself, I found that when they came from New Jersey and they really weren't racing as good as you wanted them, burying them seemed to be the best option.
The Dark Panther is the 5. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is raced great last time, albeit against easier competition.
Yeah, just made his way over here from Flamborough. Phil been spending a lot of time over at Flamborough, and he did race good, but no real threat to the winter, the eventual winner. But that horse came back with a big mile last night. So maybe the Dark Panther's a little bit hidden in here.
I want to see what Brudon looks like, because when he came on the track, he looks better now, but he looked a little steppy when he first came onto the track.
Didn't really like the first look of him, but take two seems to be a little bit better. I had this guy up on top last week. I was really expecting a big effort, but maybe the big effort just came a little bit early in the race, and then on the end of the race, he just didn't seem like he had a whole lot. Not really sure how JR is going to have to play this, but I'm hoping that there's enough of them that go out of there that he retreats.
And TH, Allow Me to Lead is the 7. This is where we find Daryl Thiessen, and he's a guy that can bring in these price plays.
Yeah, no, he's got an option with this guy. He can go out of there because the horse does have gate speed. You know, he can go out of there and get him engaged. But every once in a while, when they don't leave the pylons with this horse, wow, does he ever come up with nice effort? So, you know, dangerous is the way that I'd look at him.
So they're just calling the horses right now. I think Trooper Hanover's a bit overbet, and is heavily backed in the doubles as well, but I just wish we'd seen a little bit more polish towards the end of that mile.
Well, I was going to say something about the 4 horse there. He's taking good support too. So say you were looking at it and you didn't want to play the 2 because of the value. The 4 is a bit of an unknown, and you're not getting much value there.
No.
Where do you move? Well, who do you like that's maybe not? Do you take a look at Brudon?
He's warmed up better, for sure. My backup play would be this Can Be a Treasure. I've got the horse 3rd. You know, Loss is the favorite, or one of the choices last time out. And I think it's better than what we saw in that most recent one.
I agree with you. I think that's a good choice in there as well. You know, I mean, he could come up with a nice one. Comes out of a good barn, too. And a barn that's really been, you know, I think that this is one of the better times that Cassidy's been, you know, going forward on our circuits. A lot. She kills on the B circuits, but sometimes on our circuit, not so much. But they had a nice win the other night with Cover Band.
Yep.
Another new horse into their barn.
Yeah, absolutely. So even money right now on Trooper Hanover, as we'll turn things over to Chad here in just a couple of seconds. And Chad, I mean, obviously, you know, as humans, we enjoy the nicer conditions, but I look at the horses now as opposed to in February, and they just seem to be enjoying it a whole lot more right now tonight as well.
Yeah, we all are, right? We know the better days are ahead, and it's nice to see some true spring weather here as they line up. For race number 2, we've got a group of 7 claiming pacers to wrap our early double. Back at it after that short delay, and all systems go with the wagering. Heavily favored again is the 2 Trooper Hanover. See if he can perform here tonight as far as a win goes. Picks up James McDonald. 2-1 on Lochinvar Ozzy, who's going to make his debut in the Copley outfit and in Canada. It's post time for race number 2. Starting gate now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And we're going to get some early speed from Lochinvar Ozzy and Can Be a Treasure. They leave out there together, with Henry now driving forward for the early lead with Lochinvar Ozzy. So he'll take them to the opening turn. Can Be a Treasure gets away in the pocket. 1 Can Dan from the pole position, 3rd one away. Then Trooper Hanover, the odds-on favorite, settles 4th, 2 in front of the Dark Panther. Next to last is Brudon. TH Allow Me to Lead is the early trailer from 7th. 27 flat opening quarter speed. Lochinvar Ozzy leads the way into the backstretch. A length on Can Be a Treasure. 1 Can Dan is 3rd, and then Trooper Hanover from 4th. Still 2 more to the Dark Panther. He's followed by Brudon and TH Allow Me to Lead. Lochinvar Ozzy getting to set the tempo. Can Be a Treasure in 2nd. 1 Can Dan is on the move. Out of 3rd here. Jameson's going to give the long shot a shot here after Lochinvar Ozzy as they race to the midway point now. They're in 57-2. So 30-2. Second quarter breather. Lochinvar Ozzy inside. Hung out outside 1 Can Dan. On cover is Trooper Hanover. To the inside is Can Be a Treasure. Couple of lengths separate the top 4. Into the mix now is TH Allowed Me to Lead. He's picked up a couple of positions. Inside of that one, the Dark Panther and Brudon is now the trailer. Heading to 3/4 is Lochinvar Ozzy. Got pressured there briefly by 1 Can Dan. Appears to have tired him out. Can Be a Treasure. Still in behind the leader. Tipping wide. Trooper Hanover. 3/4 was reached in. We'll have that for you after. It's Lochinvar Ozzy. Turning for home. He's got a lead of about 2. Can Be a Treasure in behind him. Trooper Hanover continues to try to close, and TH Allow Me to Lead from the back with some late pace. Lochinvar Ozzy still clear by about 2. 2. Here's Trooper Hanover and TH Allow Me to Lead. Lochinvar Ozzy is going to find the line first. It's Lochinvar Ozzy over TH Allow Me to Lead and Trooper Hanover in 1:55 and 3. Four, 7, 2, 1 unofficial. Number 4, Lochinvar Ozzy debuts a winner for the new connections and his new surroundings as he captures race 2, the 4-year-old bay horse by Bettor's Delights out of the American Ideal Dam Pen Pal. Jamie and Jacob Copley, along with Darren and Dwayne Tingley, are the owners. Jamie's also the winning trainer. Trevor Henry in the bike for Lochinvar Ozzy's second win of the year in 8 tries. He's now a 3-time winner overall, 155 and 3 for Lochinvar Ozzy at 2-1. Number 4, Lochinvar Ozzy, returning $694, $260. Second, number 7, TH Allow Me to Lead, $13.10 and $4.30. Third, number 2, Trooper Hanover, $2.10. $2 exact to $75. Dollar try, 89 and a quarter. Dollar super, $448.80. And the $2 early double paid $17.70. Still having issues getting the live money on the early pick 5. Again, the pool was just over 82,000. position, third one away. Then Trooper Hanover, the odds-on favorite, settles fourth, two in front of the Dark Panther. Next to last is Brood On. TH Allow Me to Lead is the early trailer from seventh. 27 flat opening quarter speed. Luck and Varasi leads the way into the backstretch. A length on Can Be a Treasure. One Can Dan is third, and then Trooper Hanover from fourth. Still two more to the Dark Panther. He's followed by Brood On and TH Allow Me to Lead. Lock and Varazi getting to set the tempo. Can Be a Treasure in second. One Can Dan is on the move. Out of third here. Jameson's going to give the long shot a shot here after Lock and Varazi as they race to the midway point now. They're in 57-2. So 30-2. Second quarter breather. Lock and Varazi inside. Hung out outside One Can Dan. On cover is Trooper Hanover. To the inside is Can Be a Treasure. Couple of lengths separate the top four. Into the mix now is TH Allowed Me to Lead. He's picked up a couple of positions. Inside of that one, the Dark Panther and Brood On is now the trailer. Heading to three quarters is Lock and Varazi. Got pressured there briefly by One Can Dan. Appears to have tired him out. Can Be a Treasure. Still in behind the leader. Tipping wide. Trooper Hanover. Three quarters was reached in. We'll have that for you after. It's Lock and Varazi. Turning for home. He's got a lead of about two. Can Be a Treasure in behind him. Trooper Hanover continues to try to close, and TH Allow Me to Lead from the back with some late pace. Lock and Varazi still clear by about two. Here's Trooper Hanover and TH Allow Me to Lead. Lock and Varazi is going to find the line first. It's Lock and Varazi over TH Allow Me to Lead and Trooper Hanover in 1:55.3. Second race finish order is 4-3-6, 1-5-7-2 on the bottom. Off to race 3 next to start the early pick 4. No changes in the opening leg of that wager. Post time in 12 minutes. Second race, corrected times. Here are the fractions: 27, then 57-2. 3 quarters was the issue. 1:26-4. Mile in 1:55.3 for Lock and Varazi.
okay for them to do it.
Third race, trotting fillies on parade. Here's number 1, My Classy Queen. Daryl Thiessen drives for trainer Kevin Bodds, who co-owns with Steve Morris and Patricia Burns. Love Sensation, the 2s, driven by Mark McDonald. Harry Poulton trains for the stable Love Sensation. Number 3, She's Got Tricks. Travis Henry in the bike. Matty Henry trains for Kingston Henry. Number 4, Northern Teardrop, driven by J.R. Plants, trained by Blake McIntosh for Northfields Farm Incorporated. Number 5, Goldilocks Hanover, driven by Jody Jameson, is trained by Ashley Lenvoy, Gino Toscani, the owner. Here's number 6, HP Fashionista, Tyler Borth in the bike. Ben Bergeron trains for Guylain Picard, Claude Amel, Santovena, and a numbered company, Canada Incorporated. Louis Waugh driving 7, Pat's Queen for trainer Rod Hughes and owner Harness Horsepower Incorporated. And number 8, that's Solo to Lexington. James McDonald in the sulky. Paige McDonald trains and owns with a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. That's your race 3 field of trotters to kick off tonight's early pick 4 in about 7 minutes.
Lochinvar Aussie victorious in the second, and Waples is hoping he can keep the hot hand going here with My Classy Queen. And you think that these Tryon Hopples might have turned around this horse's fortunes?
She really seems to be racing good. Boy, does she ever look good out there, eh? I've never really seen her, paid that much of attention to her in person. Number 1, she's pretty nice looking, I think. And the other thing, she's got a nice big stride to her, too. The hobbles aren't cracking tight. He just seems like he's got them on for confidence. So I don't think that she's probably tricky gated. She just needs to feel something there. No head check. A lot to like about her, and I really like the number 6-1.
I got a little bit excited with Love Sensation after that second start with Lasix. It seemed like, she kind of woke up a little bit, but then last time out, it didn't go nearly as well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I kind of thought that we would really start to see something. That was going to be third start Lasix in the last start, but, just didn't come around there. So, hopefully she gets a little bit better in here this week. I got her in for 4th, going to be reunited with Mark McDonald.
I think the mission for She's Got Tricks is probably just got a clean line here tonight. The horse has made some miscues throughout her career.
Yeah, no doubt about that there. She's got some ability and she's got some speed, but she was making a lot of breaks there. It looks like they went back to school with her, raced her or qualified her at London, came back with a nice qualifier here. But, she's burned a bit of money for me, so I'm going to take a wait and see. She looks good on the track, though. Really, really does look good.
Northern Teardrop's year came to an end, and it didn't come to an end on a great note, unfortunately, Randy.
No, she seemed to be looking for the field at that point, right? Making a couple of breaks and that. But I thought it was a nice qualifier, and I liked the fact that Blake only went once. And she come back half in 58-4. It almost makes me seem like maybe she's had a couple of fast miles under her belt, and he's more than happy to put her in here, and she could give a good account of herself. Blake can fool me sometimes. I threw her in for 3rd. I think that there's something here.
What about Goldilocks Hanover in here? And it reminds me a little bit of Northern Teardrop. Just totally got off form there a little bit, and they had to go back to Q school.
Yeah, this is a daughter of Tactical Landing, but they only had to pay $20,000 for her at Harrisburg. So, big upside with her is that even if they got to wait a little bit on her there, they don't have a ton of money invested into her. So we'll have to see how she looks out here. Decent kind of a size. I don't think she's grew a whole lot, but I'm going to take a wait and see on her 17-1.
HP Fashionita is the number 6. I think it's safe to say she outraced her odds last time out, and she's a nice looking mover.
Did you use her?
Got her second as a matter
Yeah,
of fact.
I didn't use her, and I think that this could be a big mistake. When Benoit's barn starts to heat up there, they start to win in bunches. And he had he's been having some nice races with Ghostly Casper and Quebec and Sid the Kid back again. And this one looks really good out there. Her first start too, well put together, no hobbles, middle of the gate to work with, and a nice number at 7-1. I didn't use her, but that was a sneaky good first start for Dougie McNair.
What do you think about Pat's Queen? It's interesting that she's been on those non-winners of 2 races. Now she gets into non-1. Like, she really hasn't done much in those non-2s. I do realize this is an easier spot, though.
Yeah, a little bit easier group, and she did trot home, with a decent back half last week in 57-4, and does take a drop. She opened up, taking support, and she still is at 4-1. Good looking Rod Hughes trainee out there. Got the belly hobbles on, so probably again just looking at a little bit of confidence. Doesn't really need them. Probably fairly clean gated. So I don't know if tonight's going to be the night. Couple of starts under her belt, like you said, up into that non-winners of 2. Now she drops back down into this race here. I could see him taking a chance tonight, but I just don't know if they take a big chance. Is there going to be anything on the end of it?
I'm picking the 8, but I think the 8's a terrible bet at 4-5, and this is a solo to Lexington. The risk is just not worth the reward as far as I'm concerned. I have no idea how good she is. She hasn't raced in a little while in here, but you're asking me to take this low of a price on a horse that could easily self-destruct in this race.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, too, is we're not 100% sure how he's going to race her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She hasn't been showing any huge gate speed out of there. First start back off of 2 qualifiers, which her last qualifier, she made a break on the end of it. So she's a big question mark to me, and I agree with you. 4-5 is way, way too much. I got her in for second because I think that there is some ability there, but I would not be wagering at 4-5.
Yeah, just too low of a price right now. And because of that, it's the old teeter-totter effect because this horse is taking so much support. You got others like your horse, great price at 5-1. I think that others in this race that are decent prices like HP Fashionista, and I might have overlooked Pat's Queen, I must admit, and that horse is taking ample support right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice group here, but it's a big riddle in a lot of ways there, And just noticed with the one horse there, too, he's got a chain in her mouth with the bit, too, so she might get a little bit aggressive. The types that's aggressive, and that's not usually, a good fit with the rail at this place. But she had the rail 2 down, and she ended up getting away 6, and that was when she started to really, really show good movement on the end of it. So maybe that's what they're really concentrating on, not letting her get into any kind of a hot pace and then have some go on the end of it, because she really has come around in those last 2 races.
What's the over-under for horses that make breaks in this race?
Ooh, 8 horses? I say half.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I say half.
You could be right. That's a good-looking horse right there.
It is, yeah, and she's showed ability before, but just seems like there's always a reason on the end of it there where she's either making a break or just not going forward.
You know what, though? The theme for tonight, I think, is all these horses coming off of layoffs, and you're going to start to see that more and more as the qualifiers continue to become more popular. It's that time of the year.
Yeah, like even this morning there, because there was only 6 qualifiers, muddy track, but last week there was like 15.
Yeah.
So it's just like you said, each week it's probably going to be more and more. So when you add the 2 of them up, 2 days of qualifying, 21 races.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Rosie, let's see if Solo to Lexington's able to deliver, but I just think at that price, I can't back this one. Just too low, too risky for me.
Yeah, and first start of the year, first start back here. She just missed in her only other try at Mohawk Park to kick off her career last year. No doubting she's got ability, but again, it's, you don't want to be getting into the habit of making some breaks, but 3-5, the offering nonetheless on Solo to Lexington. Pat's Queen continues to get play with My Classy Queen and HP Fashionista. Field of 8, fillies and mares. To kick off tonight's early pick 4, lining up behind the gate. It's post time. Trotters and drivers for race 3. All lined up. Here they come. There they go. Off and trotting, other than Goldilocks Hanover. She made a break just as the gate was getting away. Out sharply, Pat's Queen quickly to the front and opens up a quick 3 on HP Fashionista. She gets away well into second. She's got tricks, trots third in front of My Classy Queen fourth. Floating out in fifth is Solo to Lexington. She's going to drop in front of Love Sensation. And another breaker. There goes She's Got Tricks down to the safety lane. So taking over third will be My Classy Queen. Solo to Lexington picks up a position. Love Sensation fifth. Northern Teardrop the sixth one. 4 more to Goldilocks Hanover, who has reset. And now She's Got Tricks. She's reset and back on the track, but trailing. 29 seconds, opening quarter. Pat's Queen leads by about 4. HP Fashionista in second. My Classy Queen trotting third with Solo to Lexington next in line fourth. Staying in fifth, that was Love Sensation on the move from the back, Northern Teardrop. And then Goldilocks Hanover at another 6 or so to She's Got Tricks. Pat's Queen was down to the half in just a minute, still leads by a wide margin. My Classy Queen now takes over second, and she closes the gap here on the leader, Pat's Queen, as they head to 5-8. So Pat's Queen can hear some company behind her now. My Classy Queen ducked briefly, back out. Solo to Lexington up to third. HP Fashionista to the inside is backing away a bit off stride. My Classy Queen when pressuring the leader. So Solo to Lexington is 3 lengths behind now in second, though. Outside is Northern Teardrop. Inside HP Fashionista. 129 and 3 3/4. Pat's Queen, the one they got to catch. She leads 2. Solo to Lexington. Chased on by McDonald. She's back out and she'll try to reel in this leader over the final 8th. It's Pat's Queen leading. Solo to Lexington. Still 2 behind. Waugh calls on Pat's Queen. McDonald trying to get Solo to Lexington to reel her in. Pat's Queen, though, still clear by a length and she holds on. It's Pat's Queen winning over Solo to Lexington, then HP Fashionista and Northern Teardrop in 158 and 2. Race 3 unofficial, 7, 8, 6, and 4. Third race winner, number 7, Pat's Queen, back in front of us. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Father Patrick out of the Cadabra Dam Cadabra Queen is a winning homebred for owners Harness Horsepower Incorporated. Rod Hughes, the winning trainer. Louis Waugh, the winning driver. Pat's Queen with her second career victory. It's her first of the year in 3 opportunities. Rose and Al take a break from the kitchen to grace us in the winner's circle. Al celebrating. Thought I overheard him say he's buying. It's Pat's Queen taking race 3. Number 7, Pat's Queen, pays $8.90, $332.50. Second, number 8, Solo to Lexington, $252.20. Third was the 6, HP Fashionista, $2.90. $2 Exacta, $21.80. $1 Try, $34.10. $1 Super, $150.35. $2 Double, $37.80. $1 Pick 3 is $66.10. We've got live money updates now on that Pick 5. Again, the pool, more than 82,000 wagered. We're down to just under 1,200 in live money, heading on to the penultimate leg. Drivers, race 3, all lined up. Here they come. There they go. Off and trotting, other than Goldilocks Hanover. She made a break just as the gate was getting away. Out sharply, Pat's Queen, quickly to the front and opens up a quick 3 on HP Fashionista. She gets away well into second. She's got tricks, trots third in front of My Classy Queen fourth. Floating out in fifth is Solo to Lexington. She's going to drop in front of Love Sensation. And another breaker. There goes She's Got Tricks. Down to the safety lane. So taking over third will be My Classy Queen. Solo to Lexington picks up a position. Love Sensation fifth. Northern Teardrop the sixth one. 4 more to Goldilocks Hanover, who has reset. And now She's Got Tricks. She's reset and back on the track but trailing. 29 seconds, opening quarter. Pat's Queen leads by about 4. HP Fashionista in second. My Classy Queen trotting third with Solo to Lexington next in line fourth. Stayed in fifth. That was Love Sensation on the move from the back. Northern Teardrop. And then Goldilocks Hanover at another 6 or so to She's Got Tricks. Pat's Queen was down to the half in just a minute, still leads by a wide margin. My Classy Queen now takes over second, and she closes the gap here on the leader, Pat's Queen, as they head to 5-8. So Pat's Queen can hear some company behind her now. My Classy Queen ducked briefly, back out. Solo to Lexington up to third. HP Fashionista to the inside is backing away a bit off stride. My Classy Queen when pressuring the leader. So Solo to Lexington is 3 lengths behind now in second, though. Outside is Northern Teardrop. Inside HP Fashionista. 129 and 3 3/4. Pat's Queen, the one they got to catch. She leads 2. Solo to Lexington. Chased on by McDonald. She's back out and she'll try to reel in this leader over the final 8th. It's Pat's Queen leading. Solo to Lexington. Still 2 behind. Waugh calls on Pat's Queen. McDonald trying to get Solo to Lexington to reel her in. Pat's Queen, though, still clear by a length and she holds on. It's Pat's Queen winning over Solo to Lexington, then HP Fashionista and Northern Teardrop in 158 and 2. Third race order of finish from the top down is 8, 7, 6, 4, 5, 3, 1, and 2 on the bottom. Fourth race kicking off the pick 6 next. No changes. Post time in 15 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Winbank Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and two-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
Give me a hot pink cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a kettle one soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Race number 3 in the books is Pat's Queen, holds off solo to Lexington, who did race well. Very conservative approach with that one. Pat's Queen. Nice to see Rod Hughes in the winner's circle.
It's always good to see the Hughes family out there. We're just missing Jerry Mathers, but he's probably at home watching the Beaver.
I was just going to say, wasn't that the Beaver?
Yeah, well, I used to always say
Jerry Mathers.
And Jerry Hughes as the Beaver. Yes. I'm sure he's home watching, and he'd be very proud of himself. Long time no see, Jerry. Hope to see you soon.
Race 4 coming up next. 8-5, not a bad number right now on Delightful Yankee, but this Tomboy Strong's taking some money, and we had a nice discussion about this one during the pregame show, Randy, and the fact that, James had his choice of 3 in this race, and he's going towards this Tomboy Strong.
Yeah, she's been racing good, had a couple of outside posts, and still made a good account of herself, too, but I just don't see the same depth in her that I've been seeing in this 3 horse. Obviously a huge difference in purchase price as well. One was a $440,000 yearling, and the other one, not so much. She was a homebred for the stable, but racing very, very well, and she's going to get some post-position relief. 2 back, she had the 10-hole. Last week, she had the 5-hole, came out of there, made a good account of herself. Now she's got the rail to work with. The last time that she had the rail, she was actually able to push herself out of there, but only a quarter and 30 seconds. So I just think that Delightful Yankee has different ways, a more versatile style.
Your chips are all in, though, on Delightful Yankee to start off your pick 6.
Yeah, for sure. The big key there, we had to find some because you can see on race 9 there, I had to use a lot of numbers there. So the 2 keys in this sequence is going to be Delightful Yankee, and then I'm going to key Mr. Wallner Fashion in race 6.
All right, so let's talk about some of the other horses here in this spot. I am very interested on My Ghost. And the horse is taking a lot of money right now, Randy, at 7-2. Listen, she might be ready to go right off the bat here today.
She might. The big thing, too, is like how hard the one horse is going to be able to punch out of there, and how hard is Bobby going to be able to stay close with Delightful Yankee? Because if Louis goes out of there with this My Ghost first asking and gets a bit of a breakaway, I don't know if they'll be able to reel him in, because this is not a bad horse. I'm going to give her a one week, got her in for 3rd. And, hopefully I don't miss her, but she's got some danger there.
Let's take a live look in here at some of the other horses that are going to be coming onto the racetrack here momentarily. And let's touch on the number 4, this being Southwind Manhattan, right now at 17-1. I was really high on her once they got the hobbles on, Randy, but I just don't know if she's taken that next step required to win a race like this.
Yeah, she's this is a daughter of Muscle Hill, well-bred, $100,000 yearling. She does have the ability, but I don't know if you could say that she's put it all together just yet. Even in her last start, I just kind of had her down as average at that point. Now, James had an opportunity to go with her. He elects to go with Tomboy Strong, and Matt's going to drive this one himself. So, Matt has been driving this one. I just think that they're still kind of tinkering a bit.
The 8 to Don't Change My Name right now at 23-1, and the last horse in this field is going to be Mike's Tony right now at 28-1. Look at this horse. Looks like a bit of a Clydesdale up front.
A little bit of white on top.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's Tomboy Strong. We go from Tomboy Strong to the post break now for race number 4 as we start off the pick 6. We'll catch up with Chad in about 15 seconds.
Field for the 4th on parade. Number 1, Tomboy Strong. James McDonald drives. Jason McGinnis training for the stable, Tomboy Strong. Number 2, Lifting Legend. Mark McDonald in the bike. Harry Poulton trains for the stable, Lifting Legend. Bob McClure driving 3, Delightful Yankee. Luke Blade trains for Determination. Number 4, Southwind Manhattan. Matt Bax trains and drives for Bax Stable, Big Al Stables, and a number company, Quebec Incorporated. 5, Shock Factor. Trevor Henry aboard. Michael Hamlin owns and trains. Louis Waugh driving the 6, My Ghost for trainer Eric Nadeau, Glengay Farm Zones. Number 7 is Hobnob Hanover. Pat Hudon trains and drives for Sean Garvey. Don't Change My Name, the 8's driven by Daryl Teesons, trained by John Holding, who owns with Morley Bosworth. And the 9, Mike's Tony. Billy Davis in the sulky. Bill Meegans trains for Robert Meegans. That's your field. Race 4. Our pick 6 gets underway in about 6 minutes. Less than 2 minutes of post time, less than 2. Starter calls field for race 4 to take up their positions as we get tonight's Pick 6 wager underway. Still a little bit of time remains for you to punch those tickets. Over 10,000 currently in the pool. Field of 9 trotters here. The undefeated Delightful Yankee looks to extend her streak to 3 here. McClure and Blay already winners on tonight's program. Good draw to work from. She's 6-5, 2-1 on Tomboy Strong from the inside. And in an ideal spot, My Ghost makes her sophomore debut here tonight for Juan Nadeau. It's post time, race 4. Field for the 4th, picks up speed. They're off and trotting. Don't change my name, made a break at the starts. Down the center, Shock Factor with some speed. Now from the far outside, Mike's Tony is going to get her pedal push. Mike's Tony is trying to rush up on the outside to go after My Ghost, who leaves aggressively in the return. Tomboy Strong from the rail into the top 3. Delightful Yankee settles 4th. Shock Factor to the outside was a bit wide there. Now gets a spot on the pylons 5th. In front of Lifting Legend, who's away 6th. 2 more lengths to Southwind Manhattan 7th. And then it's Hobnob Hanover. And further back to the resetting Don't Change My Name. 28-1 was the first panel. And My Ghost out of the 2-hole to come around Mike's Tony, but likely going back into the pocket with Tomboy Strong, the 4-5 big favorite on the move here. So Tomboy Strong getting her cue in the backstretch, and she'll take over from My Ghost. And just as she settles, McClure moves with Delightful Yankee. So the undefeated Delightful Yankee ended up floating up. She's 8-5 second choice, and now she leads just past a half. That was reached in 58-3. It's Delightful Yankee leads the way into this bend in front of Tomboy Strong and My Ghost. Mike's Tony, the early leader's 4th. Shock Factor trots 5th. Lifting Legend 6th. Then Southwind Manhattan. Swinging to the outside is Hobnob Hanover. Another 5 to Don't Change My Name. Delightful Yankee, the leader a length in front of Tomboy Strong as they hit 3/4 now. And Delightful Yankee getting them there, 128-2. And McDonald's out of the pocket with Tomboy Strong ready for the straightaway. So Tomboy Strong and Delightful Yankee set down here with My Ghost on the scene there as well, within a couple of the lead. To the inside, Mike's Tony. In the center of the track is Shock Factor. Delightful Yankee trying to fend off Tomboy Strong, and My Ghost continues to close in the center for Wah. Tomboy Strong, My Ghost, Delightful Yankee. Off stride, Tomboy Strong. My Ghost wins her return. It's My Ghost over Delightful Yankee. Unofficially 3rd off stride through the wire. Tomboy Strong, 157-1. 6-3-1-9 unofficial on the board. Inquiry sign is up as judges review action at the wire with the breaking Tomboy Strong unofficial third place finisher. Did she violate any of the breaking rules? We'll pass along their decision here momentarily. Please hold all tickets. As we await their decision, let's meet the winner of the fourth, number 6, My Ghost. Scores in her 3-year-old debut. The Thrill Bay filly by Trixton. It's out of the Yankee Glide Dam Ghost Glider. It's a winning homebred for Glengate Farms. Eric Nadeau training Louis Waugh. Back-to-back here on the card for his second of the night. My Ghost kicks off her season with a winning effort, the second of her career, 157-1, a lifetime best for My Ghost in race 4. Well, we're official, so I guess no violations. Committed by the 1 Tomboy Strong. Results official in the fourth, 6-3-1-9. And the 6 My Ghost, 1370, 610, 270. Second 3 Delightful Yankee, 350, 220. Third number 1 Tomboy Strong, 210. $2 Exacta, $38. Dollar Try, $31.80. Dollar Super, $691.30. $2 double, $50.70. Dollar pick 3, $147.40. Pick 4 pool, almost $30,000, $822.60 is moving on. Pick 5 is down to $190.71. And tonight's pick 6, more than $15,000 wager, more than $1,400, moves on to leg number 2. Field for the fourth. Picks up speed. They're off and trotting. Don't change my name. Made a break at the start. Down the center. Shock Factor with some speed. Now from the far outside, Mike's Tony is going to get her pedal push. Mike's Tony is trying to rush up on the outside to go after My Ghost, who leaves aggressively in the return. Tomboy Strong from the rail into the top three. Delightful Yankee settles fourth. Shock Factor to the outside was a bit wide there. Now gets a spot on the pylons fifth. In front of Lifting Legend, who's away sixth. 2 more lengths to Southwind Manhattan seventh. And then it's Hobnob Hanover. And further back to the resetting Don't Change My Name. 28-1 was the first panel. And My Ghost out of the 2-hole to come around Mike's Tony, but likely going back into the pocket with Tomboy Strong, the 4-5 big favorite on the move here. So Tomboy Strong getting her cue in the backstretch, and she'll take over from My Ghost. And just as she settles, McClure moves with Delightful Yankee. So the undefeated Delightful Yankee ended up floating up. She's 8-5 second choice, and now she leads just past a half. That was reached in 58-3. It's Delightful Yankee leads the way into this bend in front of Tomboy Strong and My Ghost. Mike's Tony, the early leader's fourth. Shock Factor trots fifth. Lifting Legend sixth. Then Southwind Manhattan. Swinging to the outside is Hobnob Hanover. Another 5 to Don't Change My Name. Delightful Yankee, the leader a length in front of Tomboy Strong as they hit 3/4 now. And Delightful Yankee getting them there, 128-2. And McDonald's out of the pocket with Tomboy Strong ready for the straightaway. So Tomboy Strong and Delightful Yankee set down here with My Ghost on the scene there as well, within a couple of the lead. To the inside, Mike's Tony. In the center of the track is Shock Factor. Delightful Yankee trying to fend off Tomboy Strong, and My Ghost continues to close in the center for Wah. Tomboy Strong, My Ghost, Delightful Yankee. Off stride, Tomboy Strong. My Ghost wins her return. It's My Ghost over Delightful Yankee. Unofficially third off stride through the wire. Tomboy Strong, 157-1. Fourth race finish order from the top down is 372, 851, 694 on the bottom. Race 5 up next. Couple of scratches. Take out the 4 race credit Vet Sick. 10 Outlaw Gran Torino, Judges Transportation. Post time in 14 minutes. Here are the Pacers for race 5. Number 1's the Colt. Tyler Borth in the bike. Gordon Lay trains and owns with Mackenzie Lay. Travis Cullen drives 2 early play. Jody Cullen trains for Megan Sweet. 3 Summer Dancer. Jody Jameson at the lines. Mike Kwiatkowski training for Fred Gilbert. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is He Swift, driven by Phil Hudon. Jay Polifroni training for Rocco Polifroni. Number 6, Tap Tap Tap. James McDonald aboard. John McMillan trains and owns with a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. Travis Henry drives 7. He's got swagger for trainer Tess Waxman. Niagara Gold Buyer Incorporated owns. 8 is On Time Delivery. Billy Davis between the wheels. Carmen Osiello training for DPO Stable Incorporated. The 9 is Mock Impact. Tyler Jones drives for trainer Corey Fuller. Alec McNabb owns. Scratch the 10. That's your field for race number 5. Heading to the gate in 6 minutes.
There's a look at the Colts. Right now it's 17-1. One of my best friends, Aaron, drives a Colt, and we made it to Greenwoods about 1,000 times in that car.
Is that a Dodge? A Colt? I can't remember.
That's a good question. I don't know. It was a Reliant automobile, though. Got us to Greenwood lots of times. 5th race, live look in here at number 2. This being early play, who is the second choice in the pick 5, Will Pays, and this guy can fly home from time to time.
Yeah, that's, nice horse coming out of a really, really strong barn, off to a good year as well. So the 2-hole, though, just a big thing is, where does he get away? Does he stay close? Does he get away at the far back? That's the big thing with him, and that's the reason why I think you're looking at, so I would call a generous price at 5-2.
You are right. It was a Dodge, by the way. You are right. It's number 3 is Summer Dancer. Now taking a little bit of money in here, but you brought up a good point during the pregame. Sure, you're not exactly sure this is that much of a drop.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is the big drop, at all. 20,000 claiming condition in a straight 8. So I'm not 100% sure. He looks good out there. We know this barn's going to start to fire big time at some point. We were talking earlier in the show about Grit and Grace finally coming back to the races. So, sometimes when one gets back, everything starts to come back, good full circle. The horse looks good out there, and he's taking good support 2-1. But I really do think that this is, if not a lateral move, I would call it maybe a step forward.
No horse in this field has won more races this season than He Swift. He's looking for his 5th victory of the campaign, and he's a pretty simple horse to drive. He's got that great speed off the wings of the gates.
Yeah, and it's a warm night. Track's in good shape. I mean, everything really, to me, points that this horse could come up with a big one. Even if he gets Jody on his back, which would be my guess is the trip that Jody's looking for with Summer Dancer. I don't really see him trying to cut it. He might. He might be able to take away this guy's weapon if he decides that he wants to push for the front. But if this guy gets in front, and even if Jody gets on his back, as long as he just lets this guy roll along, he's going to gas the other horse too. And this guy can lay down big fractions and still, get the job done. So I think that the 5 horse is in a real good spot here tonight.
Tap, Tap, Tap is seeking that 40th career win, and I'll tell you, John McMillan's had a terrific season with his horses.
Yes, he has done very well. I used this guy last week there. He finished 3rd, a couple of little moves. He pushed out of there good from the rail, but I thought there should have been a little bit more on the end of it there, so I won't be using him tonight, but, James McDonald picking up a live drive.
I have a driver's question for you, and it's regards to this field in here. So these are horses that, at some portions of their career have been facing tougher than what they're going to face here today. Did you like driving the older horse? I know you like driving the babies, but the older horses, were they easier to drive because you knew what you were going to get night in, night outs?
Pretty well, yeah. Just older horses are just cool.
Yeah.
When I qualified for my license, I qualified my own horse, and I was supposed to go a mile in 25, and I went in 25 and 1, but the fractions weren't the way they were supposed to be. And that was right after race 4 at Greenwood on a certain night. So my father comes up to me and says, did you get your license? And I'm like, no, the fractions were off. And he says, call the judges back, tell them that you're going to warm up Roan Barron in the last trip, or to go last trip, and you're going to go a mile and 25. I said, okay. So he says to me, turn them and then just drop the lines. Just let him do what he wants to do. I went out there and they had it on the clock then, 25 right on. That's the cool part of old horses. They know what they're doing. So if you're young and you're trying to learn, I suggest older horses because they can teach you a lot.
Yeah, I remember, I haven't jogged many horses in my career, but Turnpike Token, I think was the horse's name.
I win the Horseman's Trot with him.
Yeah, so I think Mark Ford had the horse at the time, and Craig, who was working for Mark at the time, said, just take him around 4 times. And I said, okay. So I go around. By the time we were finished the 3rd and going into the 4th, he stopped on the 4th and just went back to the barn. He knew what was going on.
Wow, there's some great ones. You know, another one, too, there, one of my first...
We're just hearing the paddock announcement right now, so we're not sure exactly what that's in regards. But
one of my first drives too. I mean, I maybe would have had maybe 8 to 12 drives under my belt. My father couldn't be here, and he put me down to drive a horse called JD's Buck, who was a very famous horse and one of the best horses my father had. And at the time, pretty well the whole time that we had JD's Buck, he was looked after by the same groom, which is Jonathan Drury's mother, Patty Drury.
Oh, cool.
So anyway, I always remember when I was heading out, and he's in the open, and he's not really Buck anymore. It's at the end of his career, but he's still JD's Buck in my opinion, you know. So I'm driving, obviously the best drive I've ever had at that point. And when I'm heading out of the paddock, and Patty goes to check him up, she looks back at me and she says, "The old man will look after you." And he did, and I end up finishing 5th in the open. It was like one of the greatest drives that I had.
That's awesome. So the 1 is heading back. Not sure exactly what the issue is, but whatever it is.
I think he had a leg out of the hobble.
Yeah, but he's not going back on the track unless they're going out the other way. Yeah. Oh, they're going to go back
he's
the other way?
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're going to go back out the other way.
Unless Tyler just doesn't want to walk all that way and he's going to go for a free ride. But no, he's heading
okay,
back out.
so they're going back.
I think he just had a leg out of the hobble, or they just adjusted a hobble or something.
Alrighty, so we're not under too much of a delay by any means here at this point, as this tap continues to take support, and early play right now at 5-2, and Summer Dancer right now on the board at 3-1. Good luck if you're still live with the pick 5s. Again, just to give you the payout situation, for 20 cents, $2.31 on the 5, $2.86 on the 2, $4.06 on the 3. The third choice actually is tap in the pick 5.
He is taking some support. It just seems like the 2, the 3, the 5, and the 6, that's where they're at.
Whenever I see tap, I just think of Happy Gilmore. Just tap it in. That's what Chad says at the golf course, right, Chad? Just tap it in.
There's some expletives there.
Exactly,
there's some. Yeah, I got my trucker mouth when I'm on the golf course. That's for sure. Yeah, that is for sure. A little worse than tap. But as you guys talked about, we got the Colt back out on the track, so it looks like we'll get going here. For those of you that were maybe on the fence whether you were playing the 5th race, you had a little extra time to map out some tickets as we do close out that early pick 5. All the best again if you're trying to cash. We've got another one starting in tonight's 6th race. Scratch down to a field of 8 with the 4 and 10 out of here. Ray's Credit figured to be one that was going to get some support from an inside draw. 2-1 on early play. But there's a trio of them that aren't far off of that one. We'll see where the late money happens to filter in and who it favors. But the starter now calls the field for race number 5. It's post time. Field for tonight's 5th race. Swing to the top of the stretch. Here they come. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Eyeing a quick start is tap. Down the center with early Speed going after the lead with Summer Dancer. To the inside and to the outside is He Swift. So He Swift looks like he's going to continue to motor on after the lead. Tap, 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 crosses over, takes him to the opening bend in front of Summer Dancer, but the parked out He Swift, 3-2 race favorite, is going to make his way on top. Opening quarter, 27-2. He Swift takes over. So tap, 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 now in the deuce with Summer Dancer third. 2 more lengths, it's early play fourth. He's followed fifth into the backstretch by He's Got Swagger. And then it's the Colt with a pair behind him. On-time delivery, a mock impact. Single file group of 8 go by 3/8 with He Swift. Setting the pace up top, leads a length and a quarter in front of Tap, Tap, Tap. Summer Dancer third, then early play the fourth one. He's Got Swagger in fifth, still 2 in front of the Colt, sixth. Seventh is On Time Delivery, trailing eighth. Mock Impact. Halfway home in 56 flat is leader He Swift. Tap, tap, tap. There with him in second. Summer Dancer stalks the top pair from third. Early play is going to stay in on the move. He's Got Swagger. Swinging to the outside as well is the Colt. And it looks like we've got a couple more in front of He's Got Swagger, because out of the pocket is Tap, Tap, Tap to challenge He Swift. Summer Dancer rides that one's cover. So third over and going wide on the last turn, He's Got Swagger, 125 and 2 3/4. He Swift still leads by a slim margin. Tap, Tap, Tap trying to get by. Summer Dancer tips even wider, and early play in between horses with late pace. Here's Summer Dancer in the center of the track. He Swift trying to battle back. Early play between Summer Dancer with the lead late, and Summer Dancer is going to go on for victory at Summer Dancer to take the fifth. Early play second. He's Got Swagger. Might have got up for third over He Swift. We've got a photo there. 153 and 4. Summer Dancer in race 5. Three, 2, 7, 5 unofficial. Winner of the fifth, back in front of us, it's the 3, Summer Dancer. For Obey Horse by McWicked from the Kamluk Dam Anderson Sealsters, owned by Fred Gilbert. Mike Kwinowski training. Jody Jameson's the winning driver. Summer Dancer with his second win of the year and his 13th try. Sixth career score, 153 and 4 at 7-2. Summer Dancer in race 5. Fifth race results are official, 3, 2, 7, and 5. Just a delay for the payouts. Appreciate everybody's patience. Just got word that we're getting the payouts here momentarily. And there they are, 3 Summer Dancer, 9, 10, 460, 370. Second, number 2 Early Play, 340, 290. Third was the 7, He's Got Swagger, 610. $2 Exacta, 33.60. Dollar Try, 119.25. Dollar Super, 340.25. $2 Double Pay, 78.70. $1 Pick 3, $100, 50 cents. And a $1 winning early Pick 5 ticket, $2,241.40. $173.94 live in the Pick 4 going to the final leg. And our Pick 6 is down to $373.35. Swing to the top of the stretch. Here they come. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Eyeing a quick start is Tap, Tap, Tap. Down the center with early speed. Going after the lead with Summer Dancer. To the inside and to the outside is He Swift. So He Swift looks like he's going to continue to motor on after the lead. Tap, Tap, Tap crosses over. Takes him to the opening bend in front of Summer Dancer, but the parked out He Swift, 3-2 race favorite, is going to make his way on top. Opening quarter, 27-2. He Swift takes over. So Tap, Tap, Tap now in the deuce with Summer Dancer third. 2 more lengths. It's Early Play fourth. He's followed fifth into the backstretch by He's Got Swagger. And then it's the Colt with a pair behind him. On Time Delivery and Mock Impact. Single file group of 8 go by 3/8 with He Swift. Setting the pace up top, leads a length and a quarter in front of Tap, Tap, Tap. Summer Dancer third, then Early Play the fourth one. He's Got Swagger in fifth, still 2 in front of the Colt, sixth. Seventh is On Time Delivery, trailing eighth. Mock Impact. Halfway home in 56 flat is leader He Swift. Tap, Tap, Tap. There with him in second. Summer Dancer stalks the top pair from third. Early Play is going to stay in on the move. He's Got Swagger. Swinging to the outside as well as the Colt. And it looks like we've got a couple more in front of He's Got Swagger, because out of the pocket is Tap, Tap, Tap to challenge He Swift. Summer Dancer rides that one's cover. So third over and going wide on the last turn, He's Got Swagger, 125 and 2 3/4. He Swift still leads by a slim margin. Tap, Tap, Tap trying to get by. Summer Dancer tips even wider, and Early Play in between horses with late pace. Here's Summer Dancer in the center of the track. He Swift trying to battle back. Early Play between Summer Dancer with the lead late, and Summer Dancer is going to go on for victory at Summer Dancer to take the fifth. Early Play second. He's Got Swagger might have got up for third over He Swift. We've got a photo there. 153 and 4. Summer Dancer in race 5. Here's how they all finished in the fifth race. From the top down, it's 8-2-1, scratch 4-5, 3-6-7, scratch on the bottom. Race 6 to start. The late pick 5 is next. Scratch number 3, Flanagan Sunshine Vet Sick. 4, Roxy Hart, blinkers to open. 5, Richie Rich, steel to flip-flops front. And 6, Wild Turkey Hanover, side rolls to blind. Post time in 12 minutes.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Time to meet the trotters for race 6. The one is Mr. Wallner Fashion. Scott Young in the bike. Tim Chueco trains and owns with Gary Green. Castell Lindy 2 is driven by Bob McClure. Kyle Fellows trains for Pop Pop X4 stable. Leo Fleming, Karen Irwin, and Yolanda Fellows. 3 scratched. We're going to see 4 last. 5 Richie Rich should be the next one we see. And here is 5. Richie Rich, Jonathan Drury in tow. Amanda Riley trains for Bryn Campbell, Barry McLennan, Cynthia Graham, and Carolyn Jarrell. Phil Hudon driving 6 Wild Turkey Hanover. Ron Waples Jr. trains and owns with Dr. Sheila Atmore. Number 7, Seeking Salvation, James McDonald for owner-trainer John Thompson. Louis Waugh, the driver of 8 Grambling Hall. Chantel Mitchell trains and owns with James Crawford. Number 9 is Lovey to the Moon and Back. Jody Jamieson drives her trainer Blake McIntosh. Clancy Farms owns. And here's the 4, Roxy Hart. Tyler Borth between the wheels. Ben Bergeon trains and owns with Jeff Bergeon. That's your 6th race field of trotters to kick off tonight's late pick 5 in 6 minutes.
So far, so good, I would say, with Mr. Wallner Fashion. Does not look as hot as he did last week. Now, he might warm up a bit of a lather in here, but I think he looks better than he did last week myself.
I agree, and I mean, you would have to think that, the more he comes here, the more he's going to settle into his surroundings and that, so it's starting to become a little bit more like old hat, the truck here and, the surroundings. So I think he looks fantastic out there. I mean, obviously, he's in against a lot tougher horses than what he was in against last week there, but this is a really, really nice horse, I think. So, rail or not, I say that Scotty Young is looking at him winner's circle drive.
Runner-up from that last race came back to win the opener here tonight. Let's get to the number 5 now, this being Richie Rich. They do change the shoes up front. Took a lot of money last time out. Scotty Young actually drove on that occasion.
I had him down as better. I thought he raced a little bit better in his last start, and now Amanda's going to take the steel off, go to a set of flops up front. I could see him racing even better. Now, they're not a fast shoe, but he's going to try harder, I think. And I thought he would have put a good appearance in last week, so maybe I'm going a little bit light on this guy, putting him in for second, because last year, look at his lines. I mean, this guy was doing some pretty good things racing against Gold Colts. We haven't really seen that from him since. But like I said, last week was a really, really good effort, and this week going to the flops, I think Dizzle, if he brings the sizzle, he's going to have himself a really, really good drive in here.
What are you, Snoop Dogg all of a sudden? Here's a look at the 8s, and this is Grambling Hall, a rare triple qualifier for Chantel Mitchell.
Yeah, stud colt here. Nice looking horse coming out of Chantel's barn. They only had the 3 qualifiers in them. This is going to be his first start. Hasn't beat 58 yet coming back. Not really sure what they're going to want to do with him, but I just don't see them going, full torque out here tonight. I could be wrong, but I don't see it, so I got him in for third. Do like the horse, though.
And we'll wrap up our synopsis early on here with the 7, this being Seeking Salvation for conditioner John Thompson. They took a bit of an easier approach last time out, and Passerino got the better of this one.
Yeah, I mean, she's been racing good. She races good when James is driving her. She races good when John's going with her. So, I think she's playable in here, but I'd be looking more to play her underneath now. What about Roxy Hart? Did you use her?
Roxy Hart, the 4, I did not.
I threw her in on the bottom. And the reason is because she's always has big effort on the end of it. Benoit's Barn has been really, really good. Wow, does she ever look good out there? Benoit's Barn has been really, really good, and she's going to get a bridle change. She's going to go from blinkers to an open. I don't see them going overboard here, but why I threw her in on the bottom of my ticket is if they don't do anything with her, she can absolutely hoover on the end of it. She can fly on the end of it. It is nothing for her to stoke up a last quarter in 27 seconds. So I look at her as dangerous, very fresh horse.
Now, you often speak of post 1 not being the best when it comes to pacers. Is it even worse for trotters because they're maybe not as agile as a pacer is off the wings?
It depends. It depends how good gated they are, if they're taking too much of a hold of you, and what you want to do with them. If it's just a matter of wanting to get away, mid-pack or something, it's not really going to bother you. Where it becomes a bit of a problem is if you got a hot horse and you got to put him up there early, and it gets back into you, you just can't get the same momentum going out of there. And sometimes they'll even make a break, and then you kind of got to start them up up cold. They're so pushed back because that inside wing is pushing back against you. And then when it moves away from you, just as they let you go, a horse will sometimes want to chase it. And then it's just too much too early, and they don't come out of there on the right foot. If it's a handy horse, it's no worries whatsoever. And right tonight, like I said, I think this guy is so good that even if he gets away mid-pack and has to come, a little bit later with them or show him some fresh air, I don't think it's going to matter because he came first over last week and was able to grind down Eurobank Hanover.
I'm just looking up the career lines here for Mr. Wallner Fashion. He's a horse that they obviously thought very high of because his first career start came in the kindergarten at the Meadowlands back in 2024. He's had a lot of gaps in his career. That's been one thing. But, obviously if he can keep it together, he might be a very promising prospect.
Well, yeah, and I mean, look at the New Jersey Sire Stakes final, Jeff. He's going for $300,000. I know that was the first time that one of the first times he decides to make a break, but look at the odds he went off at. I mean, obviously, people were really impressed with that win the week before because they sent him off as favorite.
It looked like a brutal trip on that day, too. Horse got all kinds of fresh air on that day and then eventually just totally gave it up after
That's
that.
a good-looking horse heading to the gate there, too. Remind me to tell the groom of that one there. Good job.
The groom is also the trainer and also the smarter half of the Maple Brothers that are on track tonight. Alrighty, well, let's see if Mr. Wallner Fashion can deliver yet again as we start off the late pick 5 here from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Some nice trotters, which tends to be the norm now, Chad, on a Monday night. Especially tonight, we've got some good-looking trotters on tonight's card.
Yeah, spring and summer type racing, right? Getting more and more of these horses coming back as well. Some new faces like Mr. Wallner Fashion. Recent new recruit here for Chueco and Company. It's just a good time of year. It's only going to get better, especially once we start to ramp up our stakes, which that'll be just around the corner as well. We've got a group of 8 to start the back half of the card. Another pick 5 set to go. Good luck if you're playing along. Last week, Mr. Wallner Fashion took plenty of betting interest, but not like he is tonight. Overwhelming at 1-5 behind the gate as the public really confident that he can double up. It's post time for race 6. Here they come. There they go. Off and trotting in tonight's 6th race. Gap slightly was Roxy Hart. Off the wings quickly. Seeking Salvation. Seeking Salvation. The 7-year-old mare drives forward to take over the early lead. Outside challengers now. Grambling Hall, Lovey to the Moon and back. And even Wild Turkey Hanover with an aggressive approach here tonight. So as they head to the opening bend, Seeking Salvation leads the way by a couple. Wild Turkey Hanover uses his speed to push through to be second. Grambling Hall tucks third. Richie Rich gets away fourth, still parked out. That's Lovey to the Moon and back. Mr. Wallner Fashion to the inside of that one in 6th after a 27-4 opening quarter. Castell Lindy's in next to last 7th, trailing 8th, Roxy Hart. Seeking Salvation, leader 2 in front of Wild Turkey Hanover. Richie Rich on the move early here as Drury calls on Richie Rich to go after Seeking Salvation as they make their way towards the half. He takes over second now. Wild Turkey Hanover's third. Grambling Hall the inside 4th, followed by Lovey to the Moon and back, who parked in the early stages but is along the pylons now. Mr. Wallner Fashion on the outside now up to 5th as Richie Rich takes over. Half was 57-2. New leader Richie Rich in front of Seeking Salvation. A Wild Turkey Hanover brought to the outside from 3rd. Another 2 to Mr. Wallner Fashion, who's up to 4th. Inside 5th, Grambling Hall brought to the outside from the back. Castell Lindy, then Lovey to the Moon and back, and Roxy Hart. 3 quarters in 125-4. Richie Rich getting them to that point. Wild Turkey Hanover continues to pressure outside. Ostride in the lead, Richie Rich. So Wild Turkey Hanover now gets a short lead, but Mr. Wallner Fashion continues his momentum, and he trots right on by. Here's Mr. Wallner Fashion and Scott Young taking over the lead. Wild Turkey Hanover and Seeking Salvation to the inside. Mr. Wallner Fashion hanging a bit late, but Mr. Wallner Fashion will do enough to win. It's Mr. Wallner Fashion over Wild Turkey Hanover and Seeking Salvation, who are in a place photo, 154-3. 1674 unofficial. Number 1, Mr. Wallner Fashion scores again as he takes tonight's 6th race to begin his campaign 2 for 2. 4-year-old bay gelding by Wallners from the Broadway Hall Dam, Cooler Schooner. Tim Chueco owns and trains. Gary Green shares on the ownership. Scott Young, the winning driver. Mr. Wallner Fashion, now a 4-time winner in his career, won 54-3 at 1-5. He takes race 6. Here are the payouts from race 6. The 1, Mr. Wallner Fashion, 250, 210, 210. Second, number 6, Wild Turkey Hanover, 420, 280. Third, number 7, Seeking Salvation, 260. $2 exact, a $950 try, 1270. $1 super, $44.95. $2 double, $20. Dollar pick, $379.30. $288.70 the return on a $1 pick 4. 59,500 plus wagered in the late pick 5. More than 38,000 moves on. Pick 6, halfway through the wager, $240 and some change is still going strong. There they go. Off and trotting in tonight's 6th race. Gap slightly was Roxy Hart. Off the wings quickly. Seeking Salvation. Seeking Salvation. The 7-year-old mare drives forward to take over the early lead. Outside challengers now. Grambling Hall, Lovey to the Moon and back. And even Wild Turkey Hanover with an aggressive approach here tonight. So as they head to the opening bend, Seeking Salvation leads the way by a couple. Wild Turkey Hanover uses his speed to push through to be second. Grambling Hall tucks third. Richie Rich gets away fourth, still parked out. That's Lovey to the Moon and back. Mr. Wallner Fashion to the inside of that one in sixth after a 27-4 opening quarter. Castell Lindy's a next to last seventh. Trailing eighth, Roxy Hart. Seeking Salvation, leader two in front of Wild Turkey Hanover. Richie Rich on the move early here as Drury calls on Richie Rich to go after Seeking Salvation as they make their way towards the half. He takes over second now. Wild Turkey Hanover's third. Grambling Hall the inside fourth, followed by Lovey to the Moon and back, who parked in the early stages but is along the pylons now. Mr. Wallner Fashion on the outside now up to fifth as Richie Rich takes over. Half was 57-2. New leader Richie Rich in front of Seeking Salvation. A Wild Turkey Hanover brought to the outside from third. Another two to Mr. Wallner Fashion, who's up to fourth. Inside fifth, Grambling Hall brought to the outside from the back, Castell Lindy, then Lovey to the Moon and back, and Roxy Hart. 3/4 in 125-4. Richie Rich getting them to that point. Wild Turkey Hanover continues to pressure outside. Ostra in the lead, Richie Rich. So Wild Turkey Hanover now gets a short lead, but Mr. Wallner Fashion continues his momentum, and he trots right on by. Here's Mr. Wallner Fashion and Scott Young taking over the lead. Wild Turkey Hanover and Seeking Salvation to the inside. Mr. Wallner Fashion hanging a bit late, but Mr. Wallner Fashion will do enough to win. It's Mr. Wallner Fashion over Wild Turkey Hanover and Seeking Salvation, who are in a place photo, 154-3. Finish order from the 6th race. Top down, 1-5 scratch, 4-7-2, 3-6, 8 on the bottom. On to race 7 next, starting the late pick 4. No changes. Post time in 12 minutes. Trotting group for race 7 on parade. The 1, Cool, Calm, and Collected, has Jody Jamieson in the bike. Rod Boyd trains for Richard McNeil and John Ozinga. James McDonald driving the 2, Had to Know. Dominic Ledoux trains for the stable Had to Know. Here's Switch, the 3. Travis Cullen drives. Terry Gallant training for Bill Maines, Bill Cripps, and Steve Papillon. Number 4, Green Grass Grows. Travis Henry in the sulky. Francis Dumichel trains and owns with Robert Dolly. Number 5, Zillennial. Louis Waugh aboard. Carmen Asiello trains for Tony Maselli. 6, Dulce Suenos Dale, driven by Mike Whalens, trained by Walt Whalen for Christopher Nickel. Number 7, Talbot Patriot. Phil Hudon drives for trainer Rod Hughes, who owns with Alan Mitchell. And number 8, I Love Me Some Tacos, is owned and trained by Rod Hughes and driven by Mark McDonald. That's your field. Race number 7. We start our late pick 4 next in 6 minutes.
Live looking at a couple of price horses from the inside. Cool, Calm, Collected. The 2, Had to Know. But here's the one that you and I like, and this is Switch. Now, this is a cleverly named horse, and you can tell us the backstory. And they've kind of been tweaking with the hopples off, and now they've been on here for the last several starts.
Yeah, and we got a cattle wash. We got a pacing bred trotter, cattle wash out of a big Jim mare. But he likes to trot, and it's not the first time in my career that I've seen a pacer that likes to trot and a trotter that likes to pace. So I like him in here. He's got a good post to work with. Travis is coming back. I think he's been very, very patient with him and bringing him along. And I think right now he's in a spot where he can, maybe get a win for Terry Gallant.
Number 5 is Zillennial, and Carmen Asiello will send out to this one. And, from time to time, we see some okay races from this one, but we've been in this class for a while now.
Yeah, I got him in for second, but this is going to be first start, Carmen, for this guy.
Right.
It looks like a few people are going to be, taking a try with him. At one time, we talked about earlier, that was a gold move, first time Carmen, maybe again. But I threw him in for second. Maybe I just like the way that Switch is progressing a little bit more, but I did use the pair of them in my late pick 5, so 3-5 keeps me going.
Being well backed is that one right now as we speak. The number 4 is Green Grass Grows. It's a little bit unfortunate. Your comeback race off a qualifier, you want to get that clean line and get some fitness out of it. How much did he actually get out of that last race?
Yeah, who's to know, eh? Got to be frustrating too, because obviously this is a good-looking individual, probably has some good ability too, but if they're calling it off or just not coming up with the best races, then it isn't going to work. So I didn't use him this week. I did like the qualifier, but with the break last week, I didn't like the qualifier enough that I'm going to overlook the break. So I'm going to do a wait and see on the 4.
Dulce Suenos Deo is a horse that has been around these parts for a long time. 0 for 33 coming in. We'll start number 34, be the lucky one.
Yeah, you never know, right? He's been close a few times. He looks good out there, but he just doesn't seem to be able to pull the trigger right on the end of it just yet. But he will one of these times. And his last 2 starts, he's trotted home better than 29 seconds both times. So he's a horse that's on good form. It's just a matter, is he a little picture shy?
Have you had horses during your career that at one time you drove as pacers and then were trotters or vice versa?
My dad bought a trotter one time for a lot of money there that set a world record out in Springfield. His name was Logan Speed, and he trained him back as a trotter and could not get that horse to trot. So then one day he just kind of got frustrated with him, threw the hobbles on him. The horse went out there and trained a mile 58 with the hobbles on at Greenwood. That was a big mile back then. Yeah. So, I don't see it as often with, pacing bred being on the trot, but yeah, lots of trotters like to pace.
Interesting.
It is.
So 2-1 right now, the odds board situation on the number 3, this being Switch. The one knock against some of these horses is they've had a lot of chances. We'll see if this Osceola, first time with him being the trainer, can wake up with the number 5, that being Zillennial. There's live looking at the 8, and there's Dulce Sueños Deo, who's the most experienced horse in the field at 34. But Chad, you just never know in the sport of horse racing, do you? Here's Switch, and you go to a very good stallion on the pace, and you got now a trotter that hopefully is going to have a bright future.
Yeah, not exactly what the owners were necessarily dreaming up, with this homebred, but Switch is what he is, and showing some signs right now that he's maybe close to getting that first win. 2-1 right now. Zillennial, as you guys talked about a lot, Carmen Osceola. So many times he does extremely well with his new recruit right off the bat, and he's got this one. Tony Maselli was able to purchase off of On Gate for $18,000 US in early April, and this will be the first start. Dulce Sueños Deo's had many opportunities to break the maidens, been close many times, just hasn't been able to celebrate just yet. Maybe somebody else pops up. We've got a field of 8 for race 7 to kick off tonight's late pick 4. They're all lining up. It's post time. Trotters for race 7. In behind the gate here, they come to a start. Gapped a couple of lengths. That was 2, had to know. Away they go. Off and trotting. Zillennial down the center, leaves out of there. Off stride in the back, had to know, make the break. Outside pair into the mix early as well. I love me some tacos. It's going to drive on for the lead now to the opening turn in front of Zillennial. Pushing away from the rail. Cool, calm, and collected. Gets away 3rd. So tucking for a seat 4th now. Talbot Patriot in front of Switch, who's back 5th. Followed by Green Grass Grows 6th. 7th one is Dulce Sueños Deo. And playing a game of Catch Me Up after the miscue. Had to know trails 28-2 the first panel. I Love Me Some Tacos leads it. Jameson lost Cool, Calm, and Collected. That one goes near the back now. Zillennial still 2nd. Talbot Patriot picks up 3rd. Switch is now 4th. Dulce Sueños Deo in 5th. We've got another breaker. Green Grass Grows is self-destructed. Quickly resets, but has put himself into a tough spot now as they head towards the half. Zillennial now the leader. I Love Me Some Tacos 2nd. And Switch on the move here and chased along by Cullen. Half and 59-3. Zillennial with company at Switch on the outside. Half length away attacking. I Love Me Some Tacos. Another 2 lengths back 3rd. In front of the stablemate Talbot Patriot 4th. And Dulce Sueños Deo in 5th. Green Grass Grows. Further back are the breakers. Cool, Calm, and Collected, and Had to Know. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Zillennial inside, Switch outside. They match strides to the 3rd panel. And it's Zillennial inside trying to fend off Switch. 129 and 1 3/4. It's another 4 or 5 to the next closest. I Love Me Some Tacos. From the backfield, Dulce Sueños Deo and Green Grass Grows. Another breaker in Talbot Patriot. Zillennial apparently has rebuffed Switch for now, who's not going to go away just yet. Zillennial still holding on. Switch on the outside to the wheel. Green Grass Grows on the scene late. Zillennial sees it through. It's Zillennial for the win in the debut for Osceola. Switch was 2nd, up for 3rd unofficially. Green Grass Grows, 158-4. 5-3-4-6 unofficial. Inquiry sign up. Could affect the unofficial third-place finisher for Greengrass Groves, who made an earlier break. Judges are going to look back at that footage, see whether or not that one violated any of the rules. Please hold all tickets. Let's meet the winner of the 7th, 5 Zillennial. Thrill Bay Gelding by alarm detector. It's out of the Trixton de Amoke Zoomer. Tony Maselli now owns Carmen Osciello, the new trainer. Louis Waugh with his third of the night. Zillennial breaks his maiden. Does it in start number 13 with 8 of those coming this year. 158 and 4. Zillennial took over around the half and then didn't look back. Scoring for the new connections right off the bat. After review, ladies and gentlemen, no violations committed by the 4 Greengrass Groves. Results will stand as posted, 5-3-4-6. Race 7 payouts. Number 5 Zillennial, 620, 360, 280. Second number 3 Switch, 340, 260. Third number 4 Greengrass Grows, 390. $2 exact to 21.60. The dollar try, 58.90. $1 super, 124.90. $2 double, paid 12.30. Dollar pick 3, 32.70. Late pick 4 pool, just under 33,000. More than 7,600 is going to move on. Pick 5 live money. Still more than 8,100 in there. And the pick 6, 2 legs to go, 37-81. Trotters for race 7. In behind the gate here, they come to a start. Gapped a couple of lengths. That was 2 had to know. Away they go. Off and trotting. Zillennial down the center, leaves out of there. Off stride in the back. Had to know, make the break. Outside pair into the mix early as well. I love me some tacos. It's going to drive on for the lead now to the opening turn in front of Zillennial. Pushing away from the rail. Cool, calm, and collected. Gets away 3rd. So tucking for a seat 4th now. Talbot Patriot in front of Switch, who's back 5th. Followed by Green Grass Grows 6th. 7th one is Dulce Suenos Deo. And playing a game of Catch Me Up after the miscue. Had to know trails 28-2 the first panel. I Love Me Some Tacos leads it. Jameson lost Cool, Calm, and Collected. That one goes near the back now. Zillennial still 2nd. Talbot Patriot picks up 3rd. Switch is now 4th. Dulce Suenos Deo in 5th. We've got another breaker. Green Grass Grows is self-destructed. Quickly resets, but has put himself into a tough spot now as they head towards the half. Zillennial now the leader. I Love Me Some Tacos 2nd. And Switch on the move here and chased along by Cullen. Half and 59-3. Zillennial with company at Switch on the outside. Half length away attacking. I Love Me Some Tacos. Another 2 lengths back 3rd. In front of the stablemate Talbot Patriot 4th. And Dulce Suenos Deo in 5th. Green Grass Grows. Further back are the breakers. Cool, Calm, and Collected, and Had to Know. Just over a 1/4 mile to go. Zillennial inside, Switch outside. They match strides to the 3rd panel. And it's Zillennial inside trying to fend off Switch. 129 and 1 3/4. It's another 4 or 5 to the next closest. I Love Me Some Tacos. From the backfield, Dulce Suenos Deo and Green Grass Grows. Another breaker in Talbot Patriot. Zillennial apparently has rebuffed Switch for now, who's not going to go away just yet. Zillennial still holding on. Switch on the outside to the wheel. Green Grass Grows on the scene late. Zillennial sees it through. It's Zillennial for the win in the debut for Osceola. Switch was 2nd, up for 3rd unofficially. Green Grass Grows, 158-4. Finish order from race 7. Top down is 7-8-2, 3-1-4, 6, and 5 on the bottom. Coming up next, it's our 8th race. Number 6, Green Money Queen. Scratch vet sick. Post time in 13 minutes. Eighth race trotters on parade number 1, Rico Tubbs. James McDonald drives. Harry Poulton training for the stable Rico Tubbs and Hutchison Harness. Number 2, Green 19, Todd Ratchford and the Sulky. Matt Bax trains for Bax Stable, Harbor Racing Stable, Brillo Farms, and Peter Porter. Number 3, Maggie's Touch. Scott Young drives her trainer Jennifer Pinkerton, who co-owns along with Patricia Bailey. Number 4, Trudy Bird. Mark McDonald aboard. Ken Susi trains and owns with Brian Legg. Sherlyn Hanover 5, Louis Watt at the controls. Kyle Fellows for Dean and Ashley Wilson. 6 is out. Number 7, Checkmaster. Tyler Jones drives. Herb Holland training. Costas Diakalukas the owner. And 8 is Southview Abraham. Travis Cullen in the bike. Ken Gowan trains for Michelle McMullen. That's your field for race number 8. It's coming your way in 6 minutes.
Rico Tubbs, right now at odds of 9-5, did not take any action in the comeback race, but has certainly taken ample support here. And we saw a somewhat similar angle earlier on in the program for these connections. Unfortunately, the horse made a miscue. Let's see if this one can mind his manners.
Yeah, I mean, got the rail. That's going to be a little bit tricky, but he does have the pants on, so that could help him a little bit there. And big reference point, this guy first start comes flying on the end of it from the rail. Got away at the back, but comes flying on the end of it. The only one that he's not able to beat was Delightful Yankee, who came back tonight with a really, really good effort. She did get beat, but only by a very, very small margin. So I think that this horse is pretty live in here, but that rail can be a little bit tricky.
Sherlyn Hanover, I should say, is just trying to figure things out a little bit. And after a miscue back on March 29th, had a clean trip last time.
Yeah, I was talking to Louis about her, and he said he was absolutely baffled by why she made that break. He said it almost felt like she reached up and grabbed a shoe and then just, made a break, something that he never could have thought that would happen. And he said she was really, really good in her last start. Looks sharp out here, but has the middle of the gate to work with again. So I'm going to put her right back up on top. I see Garnet, he didn't use her at all in here. Maybe it's a big ask for me, but there's some other people out there that like her too. I'm not looking at her, if he unleashes Rico Tubbs, this Father Patrick colt, maybe he's going to come back around this 3-year-old filly or whatever. But regardless of it, I can't see how she wouldn't hit the top 4 unless she hurts herself.
I don't understand why this horse is this big of a price, this Checkmaster. The horse is the only 2-time winner in the field, along with the one, that being Rico Tubbs. Was facing tougher last time out. Last time in against this category was a decent second, but yet the board says ice cold. The horse is a little hot, though, here.
Yeah, looks like Louis was originally named to drive this one. He had been driving this one for Herb, and he elects to go with Sherlyn Hanover. So, maybe that's part of it. Maybe people are looking at it as a decision on Louis' part. That's kind of one of the reasons that I went with. But Tyler's a capable, suitable replacement for Louis. And, I'm sure he'll have a good race with this one. But I'm going to take a wait and see.
I don't like how warm he's getting.
He's
right
getting
now.
a little hot.
Yeah, and it's still a horse. So I wonder, if maybe he's just has his mind on other things right now. Here's a look at the 2, this being Green 19, for a barn that obviously is fantastic with trotters. The comeback race, solid. Last time out, lost to the Hitman Hart in that most recent race.
Yeah, something, the line looks fantastically good, but I actually had him down in my chart as average. Didn't look back at the replay, but I did have him down as average, even though he shows trotting home in 28. He's 55-4, 56-1, or 56 and change in his last. I'm starting to think that maybe at some point we might see Lasix in the future for Green 19. I just thought maybe a little bit average on the end of it, but he is taking good support here tonight, 5-2, and I got him in not using him tonight.
Actually, Randy, just looking, this is a bit of a racing oddity. There are not any horses in this field that are on Lasix.
Yeah.
Now, Trudy Bird was at one time on Lasix, and they took the horse off of Lasix, but you don't see that all that often these days.
No, not too often. You know, there was one that's racing right now that was racing on Lasix and been taken off, and now they're racing pretty good. I can't quite go with the name there, but there is one. Don't often see it. You know, it can happen, but I usually find if it's going to happen, it's off of a layoff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I find sometimes after 10 starts, they start to get tired, then they got to go back on it.
I find a lot of times, too, they'll sometimes take horses off Lasix when the weather gets cooler, maybe allergies aren't a problem and stuff like that.
That they can do that way, too. And
Yeah.
sometimes with Lasix, like I said, you know, they dehydrate themselves. So when it gets hot, it's a
tough.
tricky medication.
It's tough, and it does have some side effects. Sometimes you get the thumps a little bit, too, so that's a bit of a problem as well. As we take a live look in at Mr. James McDonald with Rico Tubbs. And Randy's going towards the 5. Sherlin Hanover in here. As Chad, we're all set to start off the late pick 3.
Yeah, a couple more to go here on this Monday 10-pack. Race 8 to kick off that final pick 3, as Jeff talked about. Features a field of 7 now on the top of the scratch of the 6. Sherlin Hanover looking for back-to-back. She's favored. Was the hot driver tonight with 3 already. Rico Tubbs from the inside. No stranger to the rail. He was second in his return. Next door, Green 19 has been knocking as well in the first couple this year. 3-1 the offering. It's post time, race number 8. Starting gate swings to the top of the stretch. All lined up for race number 8. Here they come. And they're off and trotting in tonight's 8th race. And trying to leave out of there is Trudy Bird with Sherlin Hanover in the center. To the inside, Green 19. To the outside, 4th, Checkmaster. Then back to Rico Tubbs. Followed by Maggie's Touch. And wide into the opening turn, but settling last, that's the gray Southview Abraham. Sherlin Hanover and Louis Waugh to the lead by a length and a half in front of Trudy Bird. 3 more to Green 19, who was bet down as the 8-5 choice. 28-second opening quarter. Checkmaster trots 4th in front of Rico Tubbs 5th. And then it's Maggie's Touch, the 6th one. From 7th, we find Southview Abraham. The field single file as they go by 3/8, and it's Sherlin Hanover leading a length in front of Trudy Bird. Green 19 in the straightaway here in the backstretch has tightened up a closer 3rd. Checkmaster 4th. Rico Tubbs trots 5th and is being brought to the outside now by McDonald. Maggie's Touch maybe will follow that move. And then Southview Abraham at the back. 58-2 down to the half. Sherlin Hanover gets them there. Trudy Bird in second. Green 19 out of the 3-hole and first up for Ratchford. So second over 4th now Rico Tubbs. Inside 5th Checkmaster. Maggie's Touch 3rd over 6th. And still 2 more to the trailers. Southview Abraham just under 3/8. Sherlin Hanover and Louis Waugh leading a length heading to the last turn. Green 19 inches closer outside. Trudy Bird has enjoyed a pocket ride throughout. Locked up for now. Rico Tubbs second over 4th. 127 3 3/4. Sherlin Hanover the one they've got to track down. Green 19 trying. Trudy Bird looking for a way through. Rico Tubbs struggles in the stretch here. And then Checkmaster up to 4th. Got a bit steppy. Sherlin Hanover still leading it. Green 19 now a length and a half back. Sherlin Hanover's not going to get caught. That's 4 for Waugh. Sherlin Hanover's latest by a length and a half. Green 19 second. Trudy Bird was 3rd. 156-2. 5, 2, 4, and 7. Unofficial on the board. Let's meet the winner of race 8 coming back in front of us. Back-to-back for the 5, Sherlin Hanover. Bay Filly, 3 years old by Green Shoes out of the Andover Hall Dam. Snow Angel Hanover. Dean and Ashley Wilson own Kyle Fellows trains. Louis Bois with his 4th of the night. Sherlin Hanover 2 for 4 in her young career. 156 and 2 tonight, a lifetime best. Eighth race payouts. The 5, Sherlin Hanover, 650, 310, 260. Second, number 2, Green 19, 250, 210. Third, number 4, Trudy Bird, 490, $2 exact at $19.50. The dollar try paid $51.55. Dollar superfecta, $213.90. $2 double, $18.90. $1 pick 3, $30.20. 1,400 plus still live in the pick 4. Pick 5, also just over 1,400. And there's $7.90 in live money for the pick 6, heading to the final leg. And they're off and trotting in tonight's 8th race. And trying to leave out of there is Trudy Bird with Sherlin Hanover in the center. To the inside, Green 19. To the outside, 4th, Checkmaster. Then back to Rico Tubbs, followed by Maggie's Touch. And wide into the opening turn, but settling last, that's the gray Southview Abraham. Sherlin Hanover and Louis Bois to the lead by a length and a half in front of Trudy Bird. 3 more to Green 19, who was bet down as the 8-5 choice. 28-second opening quarter. Checkmaster trots 4th in front of Rico Tubbs 5th. And then it's Maggie's Touch, the 6th one. From 7th, we find Southview Abraham. The field single file as they go by 3/8, and it's Sherlin Hanover leading a length in front of Trudy Bird. Green 19 in the straightaway here in the backstretch has tightened up a closer 3rd. Checkmaster 4th. Rico Tubbs trots 5th and is being brought to the outside now by McDonald. Maggie's Touch, maybe he'll follow that move. And then Southview Abraham at the back. 58 and 2 down to the half. Sherlin Hanover gets them there. Trudy Bird in second. Green 19 out of the 3-hole and first up for Ratchford. So second over 4th now Rico Tubbs. Inside 5th Checkmaster. Maggie's Touch 3rd over 6th. And still 2 more to the trailer. Southview Abraham just under 3/8. Sherlin Hanover and Louis Bois leading a length heading to the last turn. Green 19 inches closer outside. Trudy Bird has enjoyed a pocket ride throughout. Locked up for now. Rico Tubbs second over 4th. 127 and 3 3/4. Sherlin Hanover the one they've got to track down. Green 19 trying. Trudy Bird looking for a way through. Rico Tubbs struggles in the stretch here. And then Checkmaster up to 4th. Got a bit steppy. Sherlin Hanover still leading it. Green 19 now a length and a half back. Sherlin Hanover's not going to get caught. That's 4 for Waugh. Sherlin Hanover's latest by a length and a half. Green 19 second. Trudy Bird was 3rd. 156 and 2. Eighth race finish order from the top down. 5, 2, 6, 3, 1 scratch, 4, 7 on the bottom. Race 9 is where we head to next to kick off the late double. No changes. Post time in 14 minutes. Time to meet the Pacers for race 9. Here's the 1. Crazen Party Boy. Bob McClure drives for trainer Kyle Fellows. Bruce Gilkinson owns. Number 2, Surrey. James McDonald drives for trainer Cassidy Schneider. Colonel Schneider Jr., the owner. Wicked Express 3 gets Louis Waugh on the bike. Malik Smith trains for Joan Castle. Number 4, Make Me a Legend. Travis Henry aboard. Carmen Osiello trains for Scott Sargentson and Osiello Stables. David Kelly driving 5, Catitude. Herb Holland trains for Vincenzo Stranges. Travis Cullen owns and drives. Number 6, Belmont Blazer with Jody Cullen as the trainer. 7, Party It Up. Trevor Henry drives for trainer Kyle Bossons. Daryl Newbigging, the owner. And 8, Better Beast gets Jonathan Drury in the bike. Kyle Bossons owns and trains. That's your 9th race field, starting our late double wager in 6 minutes.
We will start off the late double here with a look at the field for race number 9. And this race is for the boys, and it is a condition claimer as we take a live look in here at Make Me a Legend. The Osiello barn starting to heat up, and this one goes second time out for that outfit.
Yeah, I thought he was a really, really good appearance in that first start for him, so I don't mind taking a chance with him. You know, we seen a first-time Osiello. What was the last race there? Zelenio, or the second
2 races ago,
race.
yeah.
Zelenio, first-time Carmen, ended up getting the job done. This is going to be a second-time Carmen, but we showed you the replay. This guy, you know, he was getting a good trip from Travis, but didn't get out till basically the race was over. Now he's not going to have to face Volcanic, and he's not going to have to face Chef, so I think that he's in a much better spot in here today.
Crazen Party Boy had a very good-looking warm-up here, and you get the services of Bob McClure.
Yeah, he really looks sharp out there. I got him in for second, but I can honestly tell you, Jeff, I'm not using him in my late pick 5. I got singled on to Make Me a Legend, but, you know, this guy really, really looks good out there and taking good support, too, at 4-1.
Wicked Express is a bit of the wild card in this race. I'm going to take a shot with him. The price is right, still at odds of 4-1. He has not quite been himself at the half-mile tracks, specifically Flamborough Downs as of late. But we know on his best day, he can trounce this bunch.
Yeah, on his best day, but I don't know if today's the best day. I don't really remember him having that, yes, I don't remember that part of it when he was here before. So, I'm going to give him a passing grade, but I think I've seen him look a lot better than that.
Belmont Blazers, number 6, actually came home pretty quickly in that most recent tilt.
Another dangerous Cullen horse, right? 0 for 16 so far this year, but there's 7 times that he's been on the board. So, almost half of his starts, he's made it onto the board, but just hasn't been able to get into the winner's circle. Maybe tonight will be the night I threw him in for 3rd.
And we'll wrap it up with the number 5, this being Catitude, who got a pretty slick steer last time out.
Did. Very, very nice steer by David Kelly, and hopefully he can come back with the exact same kind of a steer, because truthfully, I do think that he races his best when they just kind of like go a little easy on him, save that up for the end, and then let's go.
Again, on to Lasix in here is the 8, Better Beast. Right now, that one's a 23-1. Here is the 7. This is Party It Up, who still seeks that initial victory of the campaign, and last time out really had no shot from post position number 10, but actually was pretty aggressively driven back on March 29th.
Yeah, this guy hasn't been drawn very good, 7 tonight, 10 last week, then 7, and there's an 8 in there, and then he's got a rail too, so, he goes from one extreme to the other extreme, so, he's in a good spot, but I just got to see a little bit more of him, but, very interesting why he came up with that big last quarter last week, though, so maybe we could be looking at a start of something.
Sir A is a bit of an interesting horse. When do you see James McDonald driving a horse like this that is so wind shy and that James constantly drives this horse?
Yeah, he gets along good with him. I find sometimes with James, I think that it's a little bit of a Rubik's Cube with him. I think he likes to stay with horses until he gets that win. And then, kind of move on. There was a few times, like when I was driving, I'd drive a horse for somebody 4 or 5 times, and I'd come to them and say to them, listen, if I haven't won with this guy yet, I ain't getting along with them, you know. And they would be nice horses to drive in that, but you just weren't getting along with them there. And where James, I think that he likes the experimenting. He likes the challenge.
Yeah, trying to figure out the equation
Right,
that will
right.
get this lock unlocked, right? So just a reminder that coming up in race number 10 on the day, we do have that jackpot high five carryover of $53,000, and we have a field of 10 that will duke it out in that one. Are you ready for a Mohawk tradition? You know
Yes.
how we have like the Masters,
Right.
which is this annual spring tradition. One of the spring traditions here is the fog update, because we saw some fog rolling in earlier on.
Yes.
And so let's go upstairs to floor 6 and see exactly if that turn is becoming a bit of a problem, Chad, or if the fog has subsided.
First off, this isn't Woodbine. This isn't quite floor 6, all right? Maybe not up that high, but a little bit rolling in. Nothing to be concerned about, though.
Alrighty.
But, yeah, we're used to it here, aren't we?
We are, and there's a couple horses in this race, Chad, that will force a pick 6 carryover, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, 2 and 8, right?
Yep.
That is, yeah. Okay, so good luck to those of you live to cash, or those of you rooting for maybe a carryover to Friday's program. We've got a group of 8 to kick off our late double, taking up positions behind the gates post time. Ninth race field gathers speed. Here they come. Way they go. Off and pacing. Leaving out of there from post 4, Make Me a Legend, along with Wicked Express to that one's inside. McClure to the top 3 with Crazen Party Boy. Catitude's going to settle along the pylons 4th in front of Surrey, who gets away 5th. And then it is Belmont Blazer being tracked by Partied Up, who's next to last. Better Beast can see them all from 8th. Make Me a Legend at 8-5, and Travis Henry showed the way a length and a half to the opening panel of 27-3. He'll take them into the backstretch with Wicked Express riding his helmet in 2nd. It's Crazen Party Boy from 3rd, then Catitude 4th. Surrey, the 5th one, continuing 6th. Belmont Blazer, Partied Up, and another 2 to Better Beast. No movement yet, with 3/8 now in the books. Make Me a Legend controls the pace up top here, with Wicked Express's closest rival, Crazen Party Boy 3rd. First to move, Catitude on the attack out of 4th. Second over will be Surrey. That covers just not advancing quite yet, though, 57-1. To the half they went. Belmont Blazer looks like he's going to swing to the outside as they go through that fog. Then Partied Up, and Better Beast still at the back. Make Me a Legend the leader. Wicked Express 2nd. Catitude now starts to make some gains on the outside, getting closer within about a length and a half of the leader. Second over, Surrey. Locked to the inside is Crazen Party Boy. Belmont Blazer within a few of the lead as well. Then Partied Up and Better Beast, 126 and 1 3/4. And Make Me a Legend has got to stay tough for the stretch. Catitude on the outside just won't go away. He's at the wheel right now. Can't get by just yet. Make Me a Legend still clinging to the lead. Wicked Express tries the inside. Belmont Blazer starts to close from the back. Catitude and Make Me a Legend. Make Me a Legend inside. Catitude on the outside is up again. It's Catitude in the final strides at 8-1 to double up in 154. 5-4, 3-6 unofficial. Back-to-back for the 5 Catitude. Returns in front of us after winning race 9. 4-year-old Brown Gelding by Custard the Dragons out of the Sports Writer Dam Scaredy Cat. Vincenzo Strangis owns. Herb Holland trains. Dave Kelly, the winning driver. Catitude now 3 for 8 this year. 5th lifetime score. And it's a career mark tonight, 154 at 8-1. Catitude. Number 5, Catitude, 1920, $633. Second, 4, Make Me a Legend, $332.40. Third, 3, Wicked Express, $240. $2 Exacta, $63.60. Trifecta, $93.85. A $1 Super, paid $213.70. $2 Double, $71.50. Pick 3 for a buck, $138.20. And a $1 winning Pick 6 ticket, $9,620.30. 134.32 live in the pick 4. Pick 5, 110.14. 10th and final coming up next. Gathers speed, here they come. they go. Off and pacing. Leaving out of there from post 4, Make Me a Legend, along with Wicked Express to that one's inside. McClure to the top 3 with Crazen Party Boy. Catitude's going to settle along the pylons 4th in front of Surrey, who gets away 5th. And then it is Belmont Blazer being tracked by Partied Up, who's next to last. Better Beast can see them all from 8th. Make Me a Legend at 8-5, and Travis Henry showed the way a length and a half to the opening panel of 27-3. He'll take them into the backstretch with Wicked Express riding his helmet in 2nd. It's Crazen Party Boy from 3rd, then Catitude 4th. Surrey, the 5th one, continuing 6th. Belmont Blazer, Partied Up, and another 2 to Better Beast. No movement yet, with 3/8 now in the books. Make Me a Legend controls the pace up top here with Wicked Express's closest rival, Crazen Party Boy 3rd. First to move, Catitude on the attack out of 4th. Second over will be Surrey. That covers just not advancing quite yet, though. 57-1 to the half they went. Belmont Blazer looks like he's going to swing to the outside as they go through that fog. Then Partied Up and Better Beast still at the back. Make Me a Legend the leader. Wicked Express 2nd. Catitude now starts to make some gains on the outside, getting closer within about a length and a half of the leader. Second over, Surrey. Locked to the inside is Crazen Party Boy. Belmont Blazer within a few of the lead as well. Then Partied Up and Better Beast, 126 and 1 3/4. And Make Me a Legend has got to stay tough for the stretch. Catitude on the outside just won't go away. He's at the wheel right now. Can't get by just yet. Make Me a Legend still clinging to the lead. Wicked Express tries the inside. Belmont Blazer starts to close from the back. Catitude and Make Me a Legend. Make Me a Legend inside. Catitude on the outside is up again. It's Catitude in the final strides at 8-1 to double up in 154. Ninth race finish order from the top down is 7-5-3, 2-1-4, 6 and 8 on the bottom. Race 10 coming up next, where we have the Jackpot High 5 carryover, more than 53,000. Chart lines all up to date on the 2 Cool Cute Cookie, no other changes. 14 minutes to post.
Coming up on Saturday, the Thoroughbreds return to Woodbine. First race post time will be at 1:20. And my goal this year, although the schedule's tricky, is to get Randy to come out for a Thoroughbred Cardiff race.
I would enjoy that. I really would. Like, I mean, I don't, there's so much technicality in Thoroughbreds that I really don't know about. But from the time I was a little boy, I love the look of a Thoroughbred. I love the horse, on a natural running kind of gallop. I just think they look beautiful. So I would like to come out there.
Yeah, it's tricky with the schedule now, especially once we start going 5 days a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's tough.
Pretty well the same as here.
Yeah, I'll have to make a phone call. Maybe I'll write a note, get you a night off or something like that.
That would be okay.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I have no idea schedule-wise if I'm done with harness or not this year, but I think I might have one more shift. I think, but I don't know for sure. But
We're all, if you do, we're all in the first race in our pick five.
in the pick five, we got the first leg today.
It doesn't matter if it's 1 to 9, we're all in anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, let's all the first 2 legs.
Okay. We wrap it up here with race number 10. The way that Louis was going right now, he might be able to buy a thoroughbred. Holy smokes, he's won 4 so far on the program tonight. He's looking for his 5th. And this girl rules right now on the board at odds of 7-5. You kind of like the outside horse a little bit. I like My Only Sunshine. It's just a draw that I just couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and maybe she's starting to show a little bit of tiredness. She used to come in here before with a lot of wins. She's only got the 1 on there now. So I'm going to go Catch Me Gracefully onto My Only Sunshine. And then This Girl Rules will be my 3rd pick.
Okay, so that's a quick synopsis of your selections. Gin is Better has made onto your ticket as well, a horse that might be able to pick up some pieces late.
Yeah, that's the big thing, with this one too. I mean, I'm all over the Cullen, Eddie Hensley sort of faction here. I'm using Jody Cullen's horse, I'm using Travis Cullen, and I'm using Eddie Hensley all in my group here. And then on the bottom, I got Cool Cookie with Malik Smith and Daryl Thiessen.
I like it. So coming up, scheduling-wise, we're going to be back with you on Friday. And obviously Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday is now the regular schedule. And Randy will be on the show. We might have some special guests.
Mm-hmm.
We have put calls out. We are waiting confirmation.
That's right.
And whether we can afford the appearance fee.
Yeah, this is it too. And if they want to bring me a gift.
Yes, that's right. That's right. If Mr. Christopher is watching, can you please return Mr. Waple's text?
Yes, bring me a gift.
That's right. But it is so great. And Randy, I've said this to you a ton. I really enjoy working with you. But what I love about the Standardbred game is that's how I fell in love with racing, was through the Standardbreds. A lot of people say, oh, Brad's a thoroughbred guy. That's not really the case, because I fell in love by going to Greenwood to watch the Standardbreds weekend.
Oh, I think Jeff Bratt is a thoroughbred guy, but I think that there's also a huge part of Jeff Bratt being a Standardbred guy, because all I know is that if Jeff Bratt is a thoroughbred guy, why is Jeff Bratt texting me after the 8th race and saying, I had that one, or I almost had that one? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it seems to me that you're watching this card as much as you're watching the card at Woodbine.
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Well, it just works out great, right? Because when we're done, I come home, have a bite to eat, and I turn you guys on, and you're just rolling right now.
I love talking to you there, watching the expression on your face there when we get talking about Greenwood Raceway, because both of us enjoyed it so much.
The best. Great memories. Great memories. Yeah, no, fantastic. So really appreciate everybody joining us here tonight. Randy, as I said, we'll be back with everybody coming up on the program on Friday. First race post time will be at 6:30. Pre-game show will be at 5:45. Qualifiers are heating up. We got stakes action heating up as well. If you're an owner, don't forget stakes payments. The final payments for a lot of big races taking place on April the 15th. We will see you coming up on Friday.
Tenth race Pacers on parade. Leading off, number 1, All She Can. Tyler Jones drives her trainer Corey Fuller. Wayne Smith owns. Daryl Thiessen driving the 2, Cool Cute Cookie. Malik Smith trains for owners Michelle Letard and Verinder Gill. Number 3 is Ace 44 Daisy, James McDonald in the bike. Kevin Edmond trains and owns with Wendy Edmond. Here's the Thing, number 4, Tyler Borth aboard. Kevin Stevens trains and owns with Nicole Loeffler. 5, Pownell Bay Colleen, driven by Phil Hudon, sent out by trainer Joe McIsaac for Ian Smith. This Girl Rules, number 6, Louis Hua at the controls. Rafi Barrasso owns and trains. 7, Jen is Better. Ed Hensley drives for trainer Ashley Hensley. Ed and Ashley, the owners. Billy Davis driving 8, Catch Me Gracefully. Jody Cullen trains for Glenn White. 9 is AK Black Badger. Jonathan Drury between the wheels. Carmen Osiello trains for Scott Sargentson and Osiello Stables. And the 10, My Only Sunshine, driven by Travis Cullen, is owned and trained by Grace Marshman. So your field for the High Five Finale. Race 10 is coming up in 6 minutes. We've got 3 minutes to post, less than 3. Field for the 10th race. Called to start lining up. As the starting gate is being put in position, wings are coming open. Field of 10 to close things out on this Monday program. Another 4-day stretch of harness action comes to a close here in a moment. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we're off. Back at it on Friday with 11 races at 6:30. Pre-game show Woodbine Racing Live. You can catch that hitting the airwaves at 5:45. Hopefully all of you can come back and join us next weekend. Good luck here in the finale. They're all lined up for race number 10. It's post time. Tenth race mares to the start, and away they go. Off and pacing in the Monday night finale. This girl rules. Quick off the wings of the gate as she jets out looking for the front. Cool, cute cookie. Pushing away well into the top two as Here's the Thing now settles third. Outside fourth, Catch Me Gracefully's looking for a seat. Looks like she'll get one along the pylons in front of All She Can. That one gets away fifth. The next half of the group are led by East 44 Daisy, who's tracked by Pownell Bay Colleen. The last three are Jenna's Better, then My Only Sunshine, and a trailing 8K Black Badger. This girl rules. Odds-on favorite takes them by the opening panel in 27 flat. She leads the way in the backstretch on Cool Cute Cookie while trying to get a breather here in the second quarter. Here's the Thing third. Catch Me Gracefully fourth. All She Can is fifth and on the move. Ace 44 Daisy will swing to the outside to ride that cover. Then it's another two to Pownell Bay Colleen. She's followed by Jenna's Better. Last two, My Only Sunshine and 8K Black Badger. 56 and 3 to the half goes This Girl Rules. As she heads into this bend, 5/8 is next. Cool Cute Cookie, her closest rival. Then Here's the Thing, and improving. All She Can's within about 3.5 of the lead of This Girl Rules. She's up to fourth. Second over, Ace 44 Daisy locked to the inside is Catch Me Gracefully. Jenna's Better to the outer flow. Then to the inside is Pownell Bay Colleen. Last two continue to be 8K Black Badger and My Only Sunshine. This Girl Rules. Turns for home off 3/4 and 125 with a lead of a length and a half. Thiessen is that patient in the two-hole with Cool Cute Cookie, and she's going to try to capitalize from that trip as he rouses her out of the deuce. Cool Cute Cookie closing at This Girl Rules, who needs to find more. Cool Cute Cookie gets the lead late. Catch Me Gracefully, Here's the Thing closing, but Cool Cute Cookie at 14-1 takes the finale. Over Catch Me Gracefully, Here's the Thing, and This Girl Rules. 154 for Cool Cute Cookie. Two, 8, 4, 6, 3 unofficial on the board. Tenth race up center back in front of us. Number 2, Cool Cute Cookie. Bay Mare, 6 years old by Lazarus, is out of the Real Artist Dam. Gordon's Gin Miz. Owned by Michelle Attard and Verinder Gill. Malik Smith trains. Daryl Thiessen engineers the upset. Cool Cute Cookie, that's her third in a row. She's 3 for 4 this year. 17th lifetime score. 154 tonight. Her win pushes her career earnings to more than 100,000. Cool Cute Cookie at 14-1 takes the finale. Number 2, Cool Cute Cookie, returning $31.30, $10.11.70. Second, A Catch Me Gracefully, $6.520. Third, number 4, Here's the Thing, $10.20. $2 Exacta, $127.30. Trifecta, $503.95. Dollar Super, $1,995.05. Jackpot High Five for $1, $5,195.30. The carryover to Friday, $63,358.18. $332.20 for the $2 late double. The dollar multis wrapping up. Pick 3, $359.70. Pick 4, $2,725.30. And the late pick 5, $9,572. That does it for harness action here at Mohawk Park. As mentioned, we're dark the next couple of days. Racing returns on Friday with 11 dashes starting at 6:30, with the pregame show at 5:45. Hopefully you can make us part of your entertainment next weekend again. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Good night. Tenth race mares to the start, and away they go. Off and pacing in the Monday night finale. This girl rules. Quick off the wings of the gate as she jets out looking for the front. Cool Cute Cookie pushing away well into the top 2 as Here's the Thing now settles third. Outside fourth, Catch Me Gracefully's looking for a seat. Looks like she'll get one along the pylons in front of All She Can. That one gets away fifth. The next half of the group are led by East 44 Daisy, who's tracked by Pownell Bay Colleen. The last 3 are Jenna's Better, then My Only Sunshine, and a trailing 8K Black Badger. This Girl Rules, odds-on favorite, takes them by the opening panel in 27 flat. She leads the way in the backstretch on Cool Cute Cookie while trying to get a breather here in the second quarter. Here's the Thing third, Catch Me Gracefully fourth. All She Can is fifth and on the move. Ace 44 Daisy will swing to the outside to ride that cover. Then it's another 2 to Palma Bay Colleen. She's followed by Gin Is Better. Last 2, My Only Sunshine and 8K Black Badger. 56 and 3 to the half goes This Girl Rules. As she heads into this bend, 5/8 is next. Cool Cute Cookie, her closest rival. Then here's the Thing, and improving. All She Can's within about 3.5 of the lead of This Girl Rules. She's up to fourth. Second over, Ace 44 Daisy locked to the inside is Catch Me Gracefully. Gin Is Better to the outer flow. Then to the inside is Palma Bay Colleen. Last 2 continue to be 8K Black Badger and My Only Sunshine. This Girl Rules. Turns for home off 3/4 and 125 with a lead of a length and a half. Thiessen is that patient in the 2-hole with Cool Cute Cookie, and she's going to try to capitalize from that trip as he rouses her out of the deuce. Cool Cute Cookie closing at This Girl Rules, who needs to find more. Cool Cute Cookie gets the lead late. Catch Me Gracefully, here's the Thing closing, but Cool Cute Cookie at 14 to 1 takes the finale. Over Catch Me Gracefully, here's the Thing and This Girl Rules. 154 for Cool Cute Cookie.
They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.